is ready to go. All right. What's up, family? Hit that like button and subscribe. If you haven't already, what an excellent week of information. Welcome to science class or whatever quantum theory class this is today. What's going on? Making a nice little jump and trying to gauge where the individuals are in my chat room. Always giving them first 10 to 30 minutes of my program to get whatever it is they got, any suggestion or any thought process they have. And I see a bunch of people in my chat room over there. Press one. That was just talking, and I love the engagement. But now class is starting, and welcome. Come on to the front of the class where you guys belong. Let me get my shout outs out the way. Shout out to the individuals who made it into class early. Just know at this level of thinking, it get real tedious, and people get to see exactly where the mind dwells in the unknown. So think of it like we in the universe, cause on some Star Trek shit, it's about the unknown, right? Press one. Or is that a cult in the allegorical aspect of, or in science, or how do we relay that in language? We'll get to that. KevRow. Let me see who that is. Ollie Ware, what up, champion? Good to see you talking photons and neutrons and all. Good to see you out there. Amanda, thank you for moderating as well as for his glory, of course. Shout out to Evelyn Bland for being in class early. Who else up in here? I get it. Let me get this out the way. Said is in the class. What's up, champion? And my phone lines are open. What did Said say? Oh, I get it. Remember the Watagan Associate System of Government was. I don't know. We don't remember nothing. We get flashed every day, which is why I must remain in the constant. Now, what do you mean by that? Press one. You see? What do you mean by that? Come explain what all that mean. Hit the like button. What's the title of today's pro? Come explain what all that mean. What's the title of today's? Oh, this is just part 3. Oh, okay, part 5 of the. Okay, I got it. I just want to make sure my students understand the language or get a better sense of the language. Same analogy as the historical events of time, just in a more we taking the theoretics out and trying to find the facts, the nouns, the solids, the matters of facts in the given situation. We call in life, knowledge and wisdom, right here at the row. So yeah, I'm studying. When I'm offline, my mind is current. It's up to speed per se. I'm not in news stories. I'm not in the illusion. I'm not in the atom stuck below. I'm photon man. So my mindset is just light, and that's what it is. No hard feelings towards nobody, but this is this is the most ghettoest comic book shit I've ever seen. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air? What up? Oh, Said, what up, champ?
Going on?
What up?
Yeah, so you asked me earlier what was another word for an algorithm. So it's like the guide or the framework, right?
So it's what?
So like a guide or a framework, which has a conclusion. So it's a system of running the possibilities of whatever outcome you're trying to get to.
Now wait a minute. Say, remember, we in the classroom, right, champion?
Yeah.
And we in the African American society, and people probably smoke some weed. People probably just got to work, and this is new to them. This mindset is new to a lot of people who thought they would study it. So could you
Right.
repeat that and kind of be as simple as you can with the audience? Go ahead.
So, like, algorithm is a mathematical equation that tells you how to get from, like, let's say, point A to point B, and all the possibilities in between. Like, it's like trying to get a success rate. So, if you want to get from point A to point B, it lets you run through the mathematical equation, and it cancels out the rest of what's not needed or what the failed trial runs are. So it can give you a trajectory for how to get from A to B.
In the unknown.
Yes.
Gotcha.
All you have is a beginning and an end. But how to get from A to B is what the algorithm tells you how to get, like the pathway.
Which calculates space and time?
Yes.
The possibility. So space and time could be artificially created by the algorithm. Am I asking the right question? Is it? I'm wondering why we got so much of. I'm wondering why we got so much of a mesh of history that's kind of like Philadelphia experiment. If it was to be this projection, it would have to be this algorithmic equation. It must take this, but that's all manipulated and overlapped. And,
kind of copied. So
yeah, kind of. Yes, exactly. Kind of copied. Kind of like what if type of thing. Still algorithmic,
right.
but not autopilot, artificially intelligent. You apply artificially intelligence into that type of thinking, it'll fucking start what? Sending people home back to their original origin, canceling people visas out. Hold up, you don't belong here. That type of shit.
Right.
Because you would have to apply a supercomputer mind for that type for this projection to go any further. But go ahead. I apologize.
Right. But the Battalion Association, they said that they had an autonomous government, so it was self-run, it was self-propelled. So, but that makes me think of like a car, like the engine of a car, where it has an initial spark
Combustion.
and it runs. Yes, it has
Some type of spark. Yeah.
Reaction. Mm. And the outcome will be motion, but it has to be steered.
Go ahead.
So with the so like we were talking about too, with everything being constant motion, like they found a way to project from an idle position and see the future, or see the trajectory of the future. And that would probably be from one cataclysm to the next.
Well, yeah. Well, that'll be the Truman Show effect type of thing because it'll all be artificially controlled type of thing.
To offset time or to reset time.
Before, like Taj said, before the what?
The crash.
The 0 point.
Or implosion. Right. That's the reset.
Which is the reset, which Amanda was talking about, the zeros and ones in the studies is like 0 and 1, 0 point.
Like in the language?
Yeah. Well, she was looking up the founders, I believe, of the 0 1 complex. which will be the initial
like binary
format.
code,
Huh? Say it again.
like binary.
Yes.
What did she find?
0 1 0 1 0 1. Pretty much the 0 point, which you just said, 0 point, uh,
Right.
and then reset. And then everything past that is part out of the illusion. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Reset. You got to have the cataclysmic perilous state just before the jubilee. Reset.
Right.
Keeps them. Look here, look here, look, smoke all over the East Coast. Look at this right here. But go ahead.
So is that how they? It's gotta be.
What?
So that's how they go backwards, though. They go. They can go backwards that way
What do you mean?
through by resetting the zero and knowing the trend. You can like back grabs
You can what?
like back grabs like into like what they call negative space.
Okay, like okay, what you mean? Go ahead.
If they so if they going from if they're this is how I'm looking at it. Can I just explain it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so we're looking at this thing as an algorithm, like, and there's a one person with a perspective on what the trajectory is for or the direction that they want the government of people, the kingdom they want it to go in this direction. So, and the Bible talks about no one knows the end but God. God doesn't even know. So that gives you a starting in from a perspective of God that He only knows the parameters or the framework of the experiment. So God has set this whole thing up. He knows the start date and the end date, and the Bible is a legal prophecy that gives the it is the framework for the plan. It was all the plan to go into the perilous state to and to be redeemed. It was this is that was the design. Am I correct with that?
We know that. So we know it's all. We know this the plan because that's prophecy. The thing is quantifying the language so that the simple people can understand that. We talking the science or the metaphysical or something like that. I thought you was about to say something else. I thought you was about to. I thought you was about to explain. Let me see. I thought you was about to explain something else because that's written
You need me to
already.
send you
I've been
earlier?
sitting up here saying the whole time it's written. I'm trying to learn about
Right.
this time travel you was talking about and time manipulation.
Uh, well, that's what I've been thinking about too. Like, so they say time moves in a linear fashion, right? So, but that's like a paper thing, like a paper plane, like a flat sheet of paper being a plane, and with the graph that gives you the like the T graph or the cross that gives you the space and time. So like from what I see, time is, and I could be wrong. I think it's like the stock market. stock market is what.
It's all that's commerce. We're going science.
Right.
That's commerce. We that's an agreed upon conception right there. Time is dealing with commerce.
The quantum aspect of it.
Yeah, like you said, time travel. That's how they've been able to do time travel.
Oh,
How have they been able to do time travel?
and go back to the beginning.
I'm trying to get an understanding.
Uh,
We was
Let me
talking
think about
about
that,
we
Kev.
was talking yeah, we was talking about the Flash, remember? Let me go to the next caller. Say it, call right back.
Yeah,
I
let me
I,
let me
I like
listen
that
real
you're
quick
like,
though. Let me go
ah,
to what
wait a
you
minute.
said.
Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna get you to that one. I see you in a minute, champ. It's supposed to
Crystal from
create the aha moments. I don't want anybody to think anybody's wrong or nothing like that. It's supposed to like, damn, because everybody perception of the question has to be along the spectrum of the professor. So it's okay. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
Yes, this is Crystal from Charlotte. How you doing this
Oh, we
afternoon?
blessed. We blessed. Trying to figure it out as young black men. What's going on?
Well, basically, I haven't been calling in a while, but I'm just giving some theory about the time and the quantum,
Okay,
and
talk to me.
looking at what we had learned in class. Um, I think we when we were going through the Army situation and with the Disney situation, with the time, with history, and then once we got to that point, when you add it on with the quantum, which is I feel is like getting to number one, which is like one is this one, 101. And when you're talking about the mathematics of it, and by when you go into the biblical part, by the missing words out of the Bible, and then we have to learn the words that are missing from that Bible to understand the language that they talking. And when I look at it, when he said when we showed the tape, and he said Babel, I'm thinking about in the book of the Bible when they said Bible Babel when the mountain when everybody was speaking the same language,
Right.
and then God came down and he changed everybody's language. And that's what I look at when you say Babel. And when you go correct with the law of God and the fiction, it out of counters the truth out of counters the fiction. You understand what I'm saying? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I feel like the truth is, like the truth outcounts the forced fiction of the time that they changed the history with the time and so when you come to the quantum, you have to come correct, not how can I say it? Not seeing not negative because you can't do a negative
There you go.
with a negative
There you go.
and I can't do
I know you're saying it. Just take your time. You're absolutely right. I was hoping that you came to that conclusion. Just take your time. You all right. I understand what you're saying. So repeat
Okay,
that. You
so
can't be a negative. What is it? What does that mean? Go ahead.
you can't take a negative with a negative because it'd be a force, it'd be a fiction of of a what can I say? Fiction of a word when you speaking, because like the man said, you speak a babble.
Two
So you
adjectives.
have to come correct.
Adjective, and
Right.
stay out. That's why they left the nouns out. Is what you're getting into, and the truth. That's what this show is about. Actually, this is the reason why I'm doing this, is for this conversation right here. You're
Right.
right, and I'm glad that you
It just
actually brought this up. Go ahead.
right. So when I feel like when we went to that Disney part, when they did that fiction stuff, they try to counter that in, and we have to counter it out with the language.
Bingo.
I understand.
Forrest Glory just said it in the chat room. She said, so you have to use proper syntax. You have to use the proper grammar
Right.
and the proper combination of grammar and to stay out of Babylon or continuance nonsense or the illusion.
Right.
Yes.
So you have to out counter all that illusion, and which I figure that when we class that illusion is Disney.
Go ahead.
You feel me?
Yes, I mean
Like
you're saying it right. I can go and play sick for a day and let you talk about this. Go ahead, sis.
The religion is Disney. So by the religion being Disney, fiction is not fact. So with this, that's an illusion.
Right.
So we have to out counter that illusion that they gave us and put the facts and reality of time. So we have to be specific right there on time and reality, not Disney World. Let's
Now,
put it that way.
is reality always in the constant? Isn't the now always moving forward?
Yes.
Okay, so my question to you is, are we now pretty much, if we were to put this in a movie, it'd be like Star Trek or something. We're now getting on SS Enterprise and traveling the universe, which is the mind of the unknown, going out of bounds. Go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
And we all speak the same language.
Facts.
Like you said, if the numbers equate to what, one, you can only be one. It's not. To me, when you go scientifically in biology, there's only one.
So what's below one? That nothing.
It's only one. Right. It's only one KevRow. It's only one. You can't duplicate really you as a person. You can't duplicate a live individual.
Come on now.
Because it's only one.
So you need to be what for them to duplicate?
Mm-hmm. You need to be a zero.
You need to be dead. Nothing.
Right.
Is that already? Now is
zero?
that you have to be black in law?
Right.
Okay.
Zero is what? Nothing.
Nothing.
Right.
Yes.
Zero.
Brain dead. Nothing. No activity.
Right. Zero is nothing. Right.
Yes.
So, when man, my head is going so bad. When I'm sitting in my car right now, I said I have to sit here and get right into this class today.
That's right.
And when you said when we was learning and reference to the history, and when I looked at our history, I said, oh my God, okay, we had the Disney. We had the duplication. We found out that everybody was changing their face too, and to me that was the fiction.
They was doing a shadow work and becoming the shadow. Go ahead.
Right. Right. And so that was the fiction. And so when you doing quantum, you out limit that part of the fiction and come into real time. You understand what I'm saying? So because the class, what we doing is putting history in real time.
Yes.
Is that correct?
You are sitting right here, up here, with the captain of the SS KevRow. Yes, in real time.
That's right.
What
That's
did
right.
Compton
And I
say?
love it.
Compton
I love
Cuz used to say what? In real time. This is light of the world
the
shit
real
in real time.
right
Yes.
in real time. And man, this is deep. And I love it. And I was really waiting I was waiting on y'all. The Lord told me to wait and be still.
Hang
And I
out.
waited and I've
Good.
been still.
Good. Chill out.
And I support that's right. I support this class and I love what we're doing in time. And we quantum leaping.
Exactly. That's why it feel weird. It's like, wait a minute, my mind is racing. Exactly. It's supposed to be racing. It's supposed to be working. It's supposed to be electrically charged, trying to balance out that equation so it makes sense of it, and then you can speak it.
Yes,
You can see it.
yes.
The eyes can hear it.
And
You know what I'm saying?
right, right. And you walk straight because you know truth.
Yeah, you just keep the faith in God, and that's it. And just go, and not be afraid of the boogeyman under the bed or nothing
That's
like that.
right.
Like, think of it like I say, Star Trek was Captain Spock, or who was the captain? The bald head dude.
Yeah.
He wasn't never afraid of space or nothing like that.
But the most important person was the engineer.
Go ahead.
The most important person was the engineer.
Good. My point is, he didn't have. See, it takes something else to be the captain of the ship. It take a different mindset
Right.
and a different personality. So he wasn't
Mm-hmm.
afraid of the unknown. Most important
No.
could have been the engineer, as you said, or given the
Mm-hmm.
the the spectrum of somebody else would say, well, the cook, because he fed everybody, or the woman who was in love with this one or this one. But it took something
Right.
else to be the captain of the ship. He didn't have. It wasn't about
Right.
his knowledge on mechanics or.
Right. Because guess what? There's only what? One.
It's on. That's right. It's only one captain of the ship, and I guess he just had the right heart and mind to make it Star Trek. So thank you for the call. Anything else?
Um,
Because we
no,
talking
that's
about
it.
we
I'm
talking
gonna
about
head.
that legal language. What you got for me for us? What else you learning over there?
Oh man, I've been on this. I've been on this journey. Like you said, everybody been on the journey, and I've been on this journey for about 5 years. Like I said, when I had was sitting in the chair getting chemo,
Right.
and the Lord hit me and told me, ain't right with this picture. And I've been searching and looking and I found this what you did yesterday about two years ago, and I got the language, what the whole language of the quantum.
Yes.
So I'm trying to figure out, uh, teach how to send it to you.
But look, check this out. Check this out. You can just email it or send it to this number, copy and share the link, and send it to the number you called. Then what I say? You got to call first, right? So you got the number, so you can
Right.
just copy the video, copy the link, and post it in the number you just called, and I'll get it. But how do you think they're
Now,
able to
now,
say it again?
now you said I told you I'm not computer savvy.
Right. Well, I say it's better to talk to
I
the
gotta
person.
find somebody to help me do it. I gotta find somebody to help me do it. I'm not all that technology thing. I learned little bits at a time.
I hear you.
You know,
Only thing you need is tell them
because
you need to
you know,
copy and paste something. That's all. You'll be all right.
okay, because with the knowledge, I'm 60 years old, 60, and I talk to a lot of younger people, and give them some of this knowledge that you're throwing out
Yeah.
to me, and what God is throwing out to me also. So they look at me like, yo, you wait a minute, how old are you? Uh, and you know, yes, sometimes it takes time for the Lord to wake you up. As long as you're living on this earth and you go by time and quantum, you're good. And that's all I gotta say, Kev. And I'm gonna go back to the class
Thank you for that.
and hit the Walmart
Go
store.
ahead. Thank you. Hit up
And
Walmart.
God bless everybody.
Thank you so much, Queen. I love it. Taj, where you at? Coffee and Kush TV, 424-209-9506. See, people say things and they're growing in their own little way on her way to Walmart. You know? And she'll figure it out. And she'll keep figuring more out. Long as she keep her mind activated. We keep our mind activated with other shit. That's how we maintain all of the lyrics to other songs. Press one. I know all the Tupac songs. So you damn right I'm about to learn this. Press one. I know all the Lil Wayne Squad Up CDs. I know all the Jay-Z songs out there. Press one. Coffee and Kush TV, KevRow University. You on the air? What up?
Peace, peace, Professor. It's Taj. Morning
Taj,
to
what
you,
up,
sir.
King?
Or afternoon, wherever you at. Hey, man, the Flash. Like, now I get it now. All right, that's why I say, man, I got time. I got it, bro.
All right,
Still
y'all.
working
All right,
on
all right, all right. Let's do
how to
this
express it
correctly. I want to make
properly.
sure. I got it on the screen. So the Flash. What you talking about? The Flash.
The Flash is it's that's what I was talking about earlier. With it came out. It said photogenic, but that's just the autocorrect. It's the phototonic prism. It's
Phototonic
it's like,
prism. Go ahead.
yeah. So talking about like a mirror, like a black mirror, that instead of like reflecting, it not only reflects but it projects, and that is throwing off the constant. That's throwing off the constant. It's bending. It's not only bending light, but it's projecting light. So it's giving a new light. It's a new light added to the equation. That's why I was saying time. It
Go
added
ahead.
time to the dimension of time, and it skewed it. It like it what's the word? Refracted. It refracted the light. So it's like threw it off. It threw it off slight. It threw it off slightly. Like when you put like something in a clear glass and seeing that's full of water, like a pencil or a pen or
Oh,
something,
it reflect,
and refract. More like
refract,
refract.
refract.
Yeah, like refraction. It's
Got you.
like, so even though the pencil, like the pencil is straight in the water, it looks like the pencil is separated. Like the part that's below the water is slightly off.
Oh, okay, okay. It slightly alters the perception.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes, I
sir.
got you because I've actually
That's what the
noticed that
prism does.
about that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So that's what I'm seeing when I say like a black mirror. Going back to the conversation we was talking, and I like that series, and now I understand why it's called the black mirror, because it projects to you what it wants the time to be. Like the conversation we were having earlier was said, it projects and says what history was. Like it's constantly trying to.
Oh, okay, okay. Break it. Say it again. And so, okay, so I'm glad that you just brought that up, and you noticed that.
Yeah,
Could you say that again, champion?
yeah. So it's like it's pushing. It's coming up with a history, it already has a conclusion. It knows the like eventually, like however many times you do like the open and shut, the one and the zero, it's going to the equation is eventually going to be balanced. And it's like how can I say it? How can I say it? Like Newton's law of motion.
Okay.
When you're dealing with Newton's law of motion, it's a it's like when you got like a car, two cars going side by side, you know, and they go in the same rate of speed. You got two people looking at each other. It'll look like they sitting still. And
Take it.
I'm
Take your
reaching
time.
for an
You all
example
right?
right
No.
now, bro.
That's
I'm
what it's
just
about.
trying to,
Go ahead. You all right? Go ahead.
yeah. But if the speed, which is the constant between the two changes, it'll look like one car is going backward, and the other car perception from the other car look like the other one's moving forward.
Kind of like when you used to play
And
with those little electric car things on the track. One would look like if you slow it down, it just look like giving a perception. One is passing the other one is passing the other one, like back and forth, like a battle of speed. Is that what is that?
or even yeah, it sort of like that, and you playing with the speed, but it's like, all right, like you ever look at like a car, a rim on a car. It's like sometimes they could look like they're going backwards,
Got you.
even because
Got
they're
you.
going.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So it's like a warp in the perception,
Got
and
you.
that's what the Black Mirror, is what I meant by like a adding a dimension, that being time. It's like, all right, you got everything that, and one thing that I'm starting to go into is like quantum entanglements, and I don't all the way get that concept, but basically two things can't be the same. You can't reside in the same space. Basically,
They can't
is
occupy the
what I'm.
same space. Remember I brought that up as far as characters inserted, like
Hmm.
if these were characters,
So the truth and the lie
pious.
can't be there.
Bingo.
Yeah,
The
the
truth
truth
and
and
the
the lie
lie
can't
cannot
occupy
operate in the
the
same
same space.
space. Bingo, bro. You got it.
Yeah,
So
bro.
Woodrow
Yeah,
Wilson can
man, bro.
occupy the same space as the other dolls, or like just put it into. I'm glad that you expressed that. Go ahead, King.
Yeah, and it's like an example of like a quantum entanglement that I had got from something out when I was looking at it. It's like you go to like a fast food restaurant and you get a hamburger and a hot dog, and they both in the same shaped box, and it's like one cancels out the other once once one, if you know it's two, it's a truth and it's a lie, and once
Per se,
the
per se.
truth
Let's
is
say
revealed,
it
the
like
lie
this.
can no longer exist. The
Everybody
unknown, they can't.
knows that the McDonald's medium and the large cups have the same amount of soda in it. So why pay the extra when you know the truth? Just get the fucking medium.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? Like that
Mm-hmm.
type of shit, perception anomalies in commerce and in, like you said, prism and in the scientific. Go ahead. I'm just identifying it on a regular day type of feel. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. It's like if you got if your vision is off, if your vision is off, what do? You go to optometrist and get corrective lenses
Facts.
to put. And what that does is refract the light, and it counterbalances the the perception, so you can see what it actually is. Like things are no longer blurry, or things you
Right.
don't have the double vision anymore, and you're able to focus on what the truth, what
Facts.
actuality. And if
Facts.
you focus on actuality, everything else comes into place.
Facts. So we're trying to. That's what the television does. The television is like a bifocal glass set of glasses, correct? With
Yes,
the
sir.
with a perception
But
of
it's
with
doing the opposite.
well
It's not being corrective.
but that's what it's supposed to do. It's a what?
Well,
It's a
the television
it's a time machine.
is yeah, yeah, because it's
But
it's like I was talking about.
it
It's
only
like the photonic thing, and yeah,
but it only rearranges the past and can project the future. It can really it's
yeah,
really solidified the past in law. And
hmm
let's say the agreed upon consensus of law, television.
hmm yeah. Law, like yeah, the history. It's like going back, like with the
And
history of like roots and stuff like that.
if you're
It's like
going
art
back to the
imitating
future,
life.
if you're going back to the future, what are you doing?
You going back to the future.
Fact, that was a movie.
Like those two things cancel. Like you
Say,
time traveling,
say it again.
and it's going back. You time traveling.
Now I'm gonna say it one more time because you're absolutely right. I want the audience to hear this. So, because I'm just going straight to the point. To the listen, if you're going back to the future, what are you doing, Taj?
You time traveling.
Is that what we've been doing this
You
whole
going?
time?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How have
yes,
we
sir.
been doing
And
that?
I,
How have
I
we been
see
doing
it.
that,
I
Taj?
see what the whole method was, and that method is genius,
Taj,
bro.
how
I
have
see
we
it.
been doing it?
Say that once again. Pardon me.
How have we been time traveling?
By exploring history, like and understanding law, like all different types of things. Just going back and saying what what has been said and coming to conclusions based off of truth and time traveling.
Nah,
How can I say it?
you got that's a lot of words. What did I say in the beginning when everybody got on the ship? I said we gonna roll backwards to do what?
Go forward.
We gonna roll backwards
Go
to do
backwards.
what? Before we get on this ship
And Paul,
and roll this boat, how are we gonna see history? So we're gonna do
from
what?
you gonna see history from our perspective, from the now. So we traveling back in the past to see what
That's
but,
now the answer
but
is coming. Yeah, you going back to the future in this manner. Keep going. You all right?
yeah, no,
It's all 0 point.
but
Remember, it's all
something,
it's what Brian McKnight said. Then I started back at one. Yeah. It's going back to what? The source. Going back to
back
the
to
one.
the origin.
So how
the,
do you
the
so
end
how
is
do
the
you
beginning.
get so how do you get to the beginning to see the end?
How do you get to the beginning and see the end?
Yes. How do you go back to the
You got
future?
a time travel.
That's right.
You got to time travel. You
That's
gotta go backwards in order to go forward, and it's all going to end up at the same point. It's going to balance itself out. Like the equation is going to balance itself out because going back to the laws of motion, the equal and opposite reaction. Every action is an equal and opposite reaction.
Well, we'll get to another answer. See somebody else's Oh, I'll let you continue on. I'll let you. Well, call back, because I know you got time. Listen, no, fuck that.
Trust
Fuck
me,
that.
I'm in,
No, fuck that. You stay right there.
Okay,
They say in the chat room,
let's go.
they say reverse time. They say roll backward and look forward. You remember that, Taj?
All right. Yeah, I've heard it. Yes, sir.
We're gonna roll backwards.
Roll backwards.
And look forward. Who in the front position of the ship? Who's guiding the
Captain.
whole? Who's guiding? That's right. Who's guiding the whole ship? So, Trust the captain and row the boat. Everybody got a paddle.
That's it.
That's it.
Just indeed. The conductor. Conductor.
Roll backward, and then it's like what? The opposite of what? Television. They got the television concept from the mind of man. So that's pretty much acting as your auto spark. It tells you what's going on. You believe everything that's going on. You don't got right there. The television is your brain.
So, yay. So that's how it uses that to project the future actions by like life imitating art instead of it being the other way around, art imitating life.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
That's not.
You're absolutely right.
So it's inverted.
It's inverted.
As long as it's inverted.
As long as it's inverted scientifically, they just add them stuck in that realm of inversion, the dark world. It takes photon light to bring them out of that suppressing world of nothing. Babel. Nothing of matter of fact. You clear it. You got the sisters talking about just before you called in about the adjectives and the nouns. Sir, she is balancing the equation. That is, what's the lady in the Matrix? The oracle kind of conversation. And if that's embedded in the sisters, like I said, then they work themselves into a grammatical, analytical situation that they can solve. I believe that they can solve this equation.
Indeed.
Yeah, because they've mastered linguistics. They know what adjectives are. We don't know what that is.
You're right on. Hey, Kev, quick question.
Go ahead.
I got a question, bro.
Go ahead.
All right. Something that it's in the same realm. The Nickelodeons and stuff like that. When like the old time films and the evolution of film, something that I was looking at was like frames per second, and relating that back to like the electromagnetic, like scale, the prism or whatever. It's like
we don't know what the electromagnetic prism is.
It's like visible light is things that we can see. It's like dude was talking about the other day. He talked about we got visible light, we got like infrared, we got what's the other joint? Ultraviolet.
I got you. Oh, okay. I got what you mean now.
Radio waves, X-rays, gamma rays.
Yes. I just put one up on the screen actually. Go ahead.
All right. So in between each light, let's call it, in between each light is like a black is like a black area, that like a gap, something you gotta jump. And relating that back to like the Nickelodeon and just film itself is like it's like a flicker. It's a flicker. Is the better they got the evolution of it, that flicker has gotten smaller and smaller to the point where you can't even perceive it. So
what you mean? What do you? I don't understand.
I'm talking about where I'm trying to get back to is like the jump. It is the jump point, the flash point, like that area
the space
from
in
one
between
frame to the
mind?
next. Say that again, Fred.
Are you saying the space in between
light,
protons and neutrons?
Between light. I mean, it could be that or the frequency.
Or like atoms.
The frequency.
I'm trying to
the space in between the frequency.
Okay.
Could that could I don't even know how to say it, but it seemed like that's the part that's getting manipulated, or it's like a bar to it. It's the bar. Going back to like making it like almost like a legal type thing. It's the bar that separates you from truth, like light, truth. I don't know. I gotta figure out a way to express
You
that better.
probably just
I gotta
answered
figure
your
out a way
own
to express.
scientific analogy in law. See how that just canceled that out? You don't know because you trying to get the answer from me, and you just solved your own equation. So both of those analogies can exist at the same time. You say, oh, I don't know, which leads me to believe you already believed the first conception, and the second one just moved right on in and said, no, I'm the one that's right. And you say, oh no, yeah, you know, it just you just said it.
Just
You just said it. Now that's the study of quantum mechanics in real time. You don't want to stay in I don't know world too much. You will dive in to the rabbit hole and never come out if you ain't got shoestrings attached and Kev and us to pull each other out every now and then. Press one. You be chasing shit. You be
Jeez, that's
chasing
why I
shit
say
down
just
a
keep
rabbit
each other,
hole. You
bro.
go, and you've answered your own equation right there. So you know, down to I thought you were talking about the atom being broken down to its smallest molecule, popping in and out of existence, not really having a solid matter to itself. But you answered your own equation. I didn't even have to go there. So thank you, champion. Anything else?
That's it, son.
My man, Taj in the building. Look, he brought up that quantum entanglement, and that's important. Hit that like button and subscribe. He brought up that quantum entanglement. I'm trying to fix this so I ain't got to keep moving this shit. And I was gonna play that video, but it's very important to you see, you see, ladies, you see how he went down the rabbit hole, the toilet he go. You see why? And that's not his fault. That's what we do when we don't have the matter of fact. In order to get to the matter of fact, we need the understanding of adjectives and nouns and pronouns and how to reconfigure that language back so we can understand the law better than anybody. You get it? So he went back into the theoretical aspect and it canceled itself out if this was a science project. Press one and then the overriding truth. He met and said, oh shit, I'm gone. So what they say in the Matrix, uh, you already know the truth. It's understanding why you've accepted it. And then when it hit you, it's like boom. You know, they took it from here and made. How did they go back in time? Is the question. Taj, the sister called in. The older sister, 60 years old, brought it up and said, "What? What you say? How to go back in time? We was talking time travel. How to go back in time? Hit that like button and subscribe. That's what we was talking about. So how do you do it? Taj said, give it some thought. We need that equation. I must get out of the matrix. Press
SW.
The truth is, I hate this place. I hate it here, as that young Chicago rapper has brought up. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
Great day, Professor SW from the chat. How are you, sir?
This is SW from the chat room. What up?
Great, sir. I just had a question, just kind of pondering about the whole thing that you're discussing over the last few days. Would the Social Security system be the time machine?
The SSA?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Why? Tell the people why.
Well, I was just thinking about even going back to the movie Man in the High Castle. Whenever they went through the portal, there was a flash of light,
Yes.
and they stepped into a new world. But they left their old world, where they had a whole different identity, so to speak. So coming into the new world, now they have a social security number, a new identity, and living in a new time, so to speak, versus where they're coming from.
Altering what? Time.
Yes, sir.
What they know in the 16 and 1700s Prussia could be totally different from the 1930 America that they've created by way of time.
Yes. Yes. Just mind is a little pondering on that thought.
Well, we brought that up a couple of days ago, talking about the SSA. The Nazi was the SSA to Hitler. So we know that SSA is how we were, how as you said, the identities was given. A whole new world was birthed from that. And you made reference to the Man in the High Castle. Great reference. I would say you have a great hypothesis there. Go ahead.
And I just my train of thought. Even thinking about the probabilities. I mean, the Social Security number is made up of 4, 2, 6. That's 10 digits. Well, we only use 0 through 9. So it's going to create a certain amount of, I guess, probabilities from that sequence. So it's almost infinite in that sense, but it gets capped off at some point. So when they run out of numbers, let's say, to assign to new people, there's some sort of a reset that I'm assuming takes place.
Sounds great. Sounds like a good theory.
Yes, sir. Just wanted to run that by the class real quick.
That's what's up.
Heading back to the class.
My man. Shout out to my brother. Yeah, yeah. That's a great analogy. SSA, we brought that up, and how they came about, and what that mean in physics, and applying physics to the now constant reality that we find ourselves into, our natural reality. And understanding the codes of physics, the numbers of this shit better than we ever have. It's already just exciting to me. It's fun. I like hearing calls from different perspectives given, even with the time, television. Television keeps the illusion, makes it real. Like Disney, as the sister said, makes the illusion, the thought of it, more of a solid, even though it's all an illusion. 424-209-9506. That's area code 424-209-9506. Before we get into this awesome film, I do want to accept a few more calls, see what's on the mind of the people. Maybe what they've been studying. I don't know. I'm here for it all. I enjoy it. And I don't want people calling in when I got my movie going. You feel me?
Mary Piper.
Coffee and Kush TV, KevRow University. What's your name and where you standing from?
Mary Johnson. I'm from Maryland.
What's going on, Maryland?
I was thinking about we were dealing with the topic of the quantum, and I had read earlier in my days about this man named Antonio Fomenko, was a Russian scientist, and he was curious about time also. What he did was map the history of the world history, and what he found out that all of it's sort of series of historical events was duplicated over time.
Now wait a minute. Wait a minute.
One,
Wait a minute. I want my class to hear the name of this individual so they can do their research. Say that one more time. What's his name?
Antonio, is that Russian name? Antoly Fomenko. Fokemo.
Okay.
Antonio Fomenko.
Okay.
But it's a Russian scientist.
Go ahead.
And he was dealing with the chronological thing of time. And what he was saying was that in the different, because he was from Russia, but in the different periods of time, is like the same event had occurred, but they used different names that was relative to the countries or the times that existed. So he was looking at it as being kind of odd, or time not being correct. And so when you were talking about
that it was duplicated,
the series of events.
Okay, was duplicated or replicated.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, replicated
Gotcha.
As far as history goes, and what it made me think of was that the present man, can only go as far back as maybe 100 years to determine what has occurred prior to him coming onto this planet. The rest of it is what is by society to give us a picture, which is like the media, the mass media, like you're talking about.
Yes.
In this period of time, we deal with movies and television, but before they were dealing with radio, and before that, they were dealing with books. And in most of the time when they were dealing with the books, the majority of the people were illiterate. They couldn't read. And now that we're in this, 21st century, we have access to information and we can read, but we can also determine, like you've been doing with history, that there could have been an alternative course,
yes,
as opposed to the one that's being presented to us.
Yes.
So in that way, I think time, just like if you notice, like in the Black community or the African American community, a lot of what we've been told through our family line has been history based on actual experience, meaning that we know the person, or the person telling the story know the person, the incident or the situation occurred. But in the present time, just like with that smoke, they tell you this smoke coming from Canada, and you see some kind of fog. We don't know that smoke coming from Canada.
Right.
That's what we're being told.
Right.
They tell us that New York got some kind of, had an orange haze on it.
Yes.
We don't know what is the reason or the origin of that haze. When the people when those trees was burning in California, they never reported to other states in that region. Oh, you can't, don't go outside, wear your mask because the trees is burning.
Right.
Sense.
Right.
So,
California people are
so
like,
the
wait,
whole,
wait,
the
wait, wait,
whole,
wait, wait.
go ahead.
What is this?
The whole thing
Right.
is that we're kind of in a bubble. But I don't look at time as being linear. I look at time as being circular
Go ahead.
because they always say, well, there's nothing new under the sun. It's like we're in a time lock as far as how the story is told. And it appears that situations occurs always on the same timeline of events. And just like with the Jubilee, you can see how consistently every time you're at a point where you want to enact a law or a truth to give back the people their land, there's always some kind of event
Yes.
that occurs.
Yes.
Like in when they had that New York thing, the tower trade building, and then it always something to divert your attention. Right now with the Ukraine, and it's just you were saying like a lot of times they use these things to cloud your mind or captivate your mind with a catastrophe, something about to occur, rather than being able to switch it to where it belongs. Just like the BLM, they use our color and strike out organizations that go radical after George Floyd. I don't have nothing against him, but after someone that was known to be dealing in crime and make him a hero, and then all the world, instead of you are dealing with what you need to be dealing with, we're dealing with
criminality.
preferences of people, as opposed to the people receiving their due, and to get us out of this, what you say, color system.
Yes.
Which is a caste system.
The color of
the
law. Go ahead, which is the caste system. I love this conversation. Go ahead.
It's a caste system. And the crazy thing is, like when I was reading, I tried to look up Russian history. And in their own country, those people that was the underclass people, they were considered as black people.
Yes.
But so you know that black is not a designation of a skin tone.
Yeah, it's not a nationality.
Of a caste classification.
Go ahead.
And so the American people, if you are all bent out of shape about somebody having sex and how they having sex, and they want to have their proper pronoun and different things like that, then the American brown-colored people need to say, we don't want the classification as the color black.
That's right.
Because we realize that's a part of your caste system and a way of socializing the people.
That's right.
So we need to focus away from, like, when you say the color of law. But the color of law ain't just for people in America. That's the same thing that got in all these different countries.
That's right.
Which is real terrible over there in India.
Go ahead.
Where they got brown skinned people there, but they still have a caste system.
No, they don't got they don't got our black asses to identify with the caste system here in America. Thus, civil rights was the Trojan horse for the world to for the system of supremacy. Go ahead. Damn it.
That's right. And then like when you think about it, it was a letter that Mr. Benjamin Franklin wrote. It sounds like when I look back at it, when he talking about all the world is swarthy. They ain't use no term black. They say all the world is swarthy and tan and all like that. and then that the other people, the lovely people, the pretty people, it was small in comparison to the way that the world was dominated. In some way, they came in and conquered the people in their land, and they created what they call this white supremacy. It's really just
Color of law.
being Caucasian, or you don't have to be Caucasian to be white, because you can have Africans
That's
come
right.
from Arabia, and on their passport they white, and the people are
Wait a minute, sister. Wait a minute. You that mean
at
that that
the
mean
airport,
that mean it
gonna
was
let them through,
now that was
even though
that,
America look at that person being black, they still allow that person to come through, and the papers say white.
but
So we all
so
need
check
to
this
be.
out. That mean there was black Nazis too.
Yeah, it was.
Come on.
It was. It was a world that was indoctrinated and and trained to be that way.
Come on.
The wonderful thing about your KevRow process is that you said, let's take another look at this. And by looking at it in an alternative way, where
Yes,
these
ma'am.
crazy people call Tartaria, everything Tartaria, and the Tartaria was mongoloid and not white, so I don't even know how they get there. But the whole thing is
Go
that
ahead.
by challenging the thought is the reason why they try to reinstitute this some 1619 thing and all kind of crazy stuff like that,
Yes.
to try to keep on programming the kids, but the kids
You seen that, huh?
are not accepting that. Just like you were talking about the color purple. Ain't no reason in the world to look at that again, because in a way it's denigration of the black woman, denigration of the black man. Ain't nothing positive about that need to be repeated. The bottom line is,
Well said.
we in a battle on the timeline, and the reset is on a battle of a timeline. But if we can understand, like you say, quantum and the light, and don't get confused what the target is. The target is to bring a people, a noble people, to bring a noble people to have their sovereignty and to be able to exist without the bullshit. But the system that's in place requires like a hierarchy. And the craziest thing is that in this media system, the ones that they want you to look up to, the basketball players and the movie stars having sex, and the singers singing about you keep raping the people, because it ain't teaching them about love. It's never about love. Your parents teach you about love, but on this TV, they teach the children, oh, you curious, oh, you 3 years old, you're a boy, but you's a girl. How in the world could any people that have a sound mind will butcher children thinking that they're going to be concerned about their sex when they 1, 2, 3, 4 years old?
You said you just answered your own question. You said, how could a people with a sound mind? Now, sound takes frequency. Now, that takes a spark of some type of intelligence on a scientific level of what you said. Hello, you're absolutely right. How could a person with a sound mind, with a sound mind, get that detrimental in they? I don't think they have a mind. I think it's television. Don't insert its programming into, and they had no resistance and went right along with the flow. Go ahead.
And you talk about that time thing, it probably is the phone too, because the little children and adults, they walk around and they focus on their phone. They look down, they look down, they look down when they walk, they look down when they drive it, they look over to the machine. when at a point in time that didn't exist. What you would observe what is in front of you. But now we are entertained to the point that we don't observe anything else. That's the key thing when you're having all these different activities and events that's occurring. You can't focus. You're
Come
not
on.
focusing on yourself,
Come on.
and you're not focusing on your family.
And
And
your mind ain't focused on anything of consistency, no constant thinking process. You're stuck. You're happy with the 20 Instagram promotion from the different rappers that's coming up this weekend, and you created a culture out of nothing. Go ahead.
out of nothing,
Out of
out of nothing.
nothing. And now
And
you
the, and the, the
trapped in and talking about the next person is a narcissist, and this person is this one, and then you gonna eat each other up now because there ain't nothing else to do but party all the time, like Prince said, like it's 1999. Go ahead.
so the whole thing is how do you get the minds back? Because the media system is not projecting the type of images because we're influenced by the images. That's that quantum flick, 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 flick.
Fact.
We're influenced by the sound and the music.
Yes.
And I know you like the rap, but I come from a time when they used to have something called rhythm and blues
Go ahead.
and soul music and singers. And when the man did want to get a little piece, he gonna treat the lady nice and compliment her.
But you
To
see,
try to
hold
get
on.
on
The new
a
man,
good accord.
the new manosphere and the red pill say, "Woman, what do you bring to the table to make me want you?" But they've not been brought up correctly. Go ahead.
Yeah, and the crazy part is the man of fair for neglect to realize it was the woman that brought him here to this place.
Come on.
And if he's a colored man or field person, there's a lot of times she had to do what she could do to help him to survive and have a life worth moving on, stepping up, so that your children don't have to be where you were. We tried to step up, but we shielded them from the pain of what we had to do in order
Facts.
to get there.
Facts.
But now the kids, they think they there, they're not there. It's all in that's the illusion. The illusion to make them believe a thing that's not true. Because if the only thing that makes you a person is the things that you can purchase, then you have nothing. Because the same way you purchase it, someone can take it from you.
That's right.
The same way that you just spend your money in what you call, they say, influence, you have nothing. Because a lot of that stuff, I'm sorry to tell you, is robotic engineering.
Go ahead.
And those people that have them different millions and thousands of people, there's a damn lie. Mr. Twitter man told you that. Elon Musk, when he went to purchase Twitter, he identified the fact that a lot of those people that's responding on those and they was using that as a marketing tool to entice them to continue to buy the Twitter thing. He found out that a lot of those things was robots.
Oh my goodness. So that's what you think that's going on YouTube. People getting caught up in believing that they have followers, and it's really just robotic activity. Go Sentinel
That's
in the
right.
Matrix. Go ahead.
And the fact that they kind of labeled it what it really meant to be labeled. Later on, when we were thinking we looking at people that we like, then they called it influencer. That's the new 21st century word, an influencer.
Go ahead.
So why have an influencer? No, that's for marketing the products of a commercial government to get a feed on who goes there and what they like so we can sell to them. That's the purpose of that. The influence ain't to influence people. Because a lot of times, most of the people that can think critically. And them young boys with them glasses on looking like Poindexter from the Barbie set, he's just lost anyway. He may have intellectual knowledge, but he's dead as a human being, being able to communicate and to socially participate with other human beings. You don't have that problem.
No, ma'am.
Because if you was on the street corner today, you'd be one of them street preachers.
That's right.
And people would come to you because they hear the truth.
That's right. And I'll be
So,
right there at the next
doesn't-
barbecue. I'm not like Officer Tatum, talk about black people for nothing just to fit in with white people now and Asian people because that's the conservative party or that's the conservative thought process. No, you can really catch me smoking the blunt, teaching somebody's nephew something righteous. What they over there talking about? Kev ain't smoking. That's Kev. He over there telling them something because he listening. That's my spirit. That's just what I do. And you absolutely right. You can catch me at
that's the job of a
Pookie's
prophet.
and Ray Ray's house.
That's the
Go
job
ahead.
of a prophet.
Go ahead, sister.
Because you're a prophet. You're a prophet because you're trying to wake the people up to think beyond what they tell you a straight line. 2 points is a straight line. But we need to be in a round circle, revolving all the time, being aware, and with our eyes and our ears and our feelings open. Because the straight line ain't going to work. Because life ain't no straight line. So the bottom line is, the bottom line is that look into that Antonelli Fomenko.
Yeah.
And you could look at him on the YouTube thing, but he's an old man now. I listened to him a long time ago when I was younger.
Yeah.
And I was in the black movement and all that other kind of stuff. I don't seen it go 350 degrees around. And the whole thing of it is that, like you say, the conscious community and all that kind of stuff, they done gone to the rock.
Yes.
And they gone to the stone, and they gone to the water, and they gone to the star in the sky. They gone to the sun and the moon and stuff. And all we doing is repeating what the people of the ancient times did. We think we progress, but we at the same point. And the point
The same
that
10
God
points,
wants you
huh?
to realize,
Go ahead.
same point. They got a new word for it, but it's the same ancient idolatry
Go
that
ahead.
was practiced a long time ago. I can't tell you about 2,000 years because I don't know nothing about it.
Right.
But it was the same demagoguery that was being done in the past. And they done perverse the world, and they came here and perverse America with all this crazy talk about freedoms that if you want to enjoy whatever activity you have with somebody that you with, you want a camera so I can see? Why would you want to put that as a this? We got to bring them up. We got to bring them up. Well, what about the people that you step on to get up? You want to step on the people that's down or rise. Every time we rise, like, there's something that when we get to that point, it's, oh, we got another problem. We got Asian hate over here. You got what? Asian hate. What else you got? You got everything to not deal with the issue of classification. Because if you know why, if you go ahead on and you exit all off, you ain't gonna make no money. You won't make the money on history. You won't make the money because you don't have a people that's oppressed that you can run all these stories to and then make money on you trying to pretend that you're going to liberate them.
Oh, you trust me, young lady. Sprite and Coca Cola is this close from putting Juneteenth on a Sprite Coca Cola bottle or can real soon. Go ahead.
So the whole thing is about commerce, money, trade. The whole thing is about what can I do to continue to make America the profit kingdom of the world,
Woo!
so that all the other lands can profit from these people. You come in here, you take the land, you take the resource, you even take the people nationality that they cannot even call themselves what they are. And then you twist it, because every time you need some kind of political decision, that's the timeline right there. Oh, we got to go to the black people. You got Hillary Clinton got the hot sauce in the pocketbook. You got the Joe Biden talking about if you ain't black if you vote for me. Well, damn it, the problem is that we is black, and that's why we voting for you. We at the lowest rung of society, and then you trying to figure out what's going on. But you know, it's one point in time I thought they was a proxy.
Go
I
ahead.
said because when you were talking about Theodore Roosevelt,
Go ahead.
did you know they had a black caucus? They had a black cabinet.
Way back
And the
then.
head of that cabinet was, and you need to look that up. They had a black cabinet. And look at the people that was on it. You had Murray McCall Bethune. You had a lot of other people that was in government at the time. And I kind of believe that right before, that war and everything,
Yes.
these was the people that was in charge
Yes.
of the South and the other countries that wasn't in that, the Union,
Yes.
the 13 the northern states.
Yes.
But look that up and you'll see what I see.
Yes.
And it's the Black Caucus in the Theodore Roosevelt presidency. Because I was wondering, well, where these Black Caucus people come from? That was the first thought in my mind.
Right.
They ain't doing a damn thing on Capitol Hill.
But they say those are the former slaves who can but I'm like, wait a minute. Former slaves don't came and don't became owners of their own towns in Wilmington. The overthrow of the South was 1898 in the Carolinas.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that they not things ain't what it seems. Even those people got together and made their own little agreement. And then over time, when they kept on bringing them people in from other countries, they must have created all this havoc.
Well, they said
In
they
this country.
deputized them in militias, and they was just overthrowing black towns all over the place. This is documented.
That's right. Because the worst thing the white man fear is to have a black man to rule over him.
Come on now.
And I don't.
And that's
know.
what's written
I don't
in
know
the Carolinas, the Confederacy. They will never have these Negroes rule over them again. Go ahead, sister.
That's what they say. But I believe there's another time and a new time coming.
Come on now.
Because the old way has to change. Now, I hope we have like these deep chats and all this shit going on with the computers and stuff. You know they got some subtle programming to identify the brown-skinned people. And ways, they just like with that damn thing they're using at the CSA. They say the thing, they have 100% accuracy with the white man, but then it don't have 100% accuracy with the black. I think, what kind of thing you gonna have for TSA? Put your picture in, and the computer can't read you because we brown. And something is wrong.
That means the computer is a racist. And whoever
That
programmed this
means the
computer,
person,
go ahead.
the person that programmed it, the city, the state, and the country.
That's right.
But but the whole thing is, I don't want to talk too much.
Oh, I'm
The
so
bottom line is,
go ahead.
we gonna figure this. We gonna figure this thing out. This quantum mean like quantity and amount of time. And we've been, like you said, with the Back to the Future. You couldn't have been more right
Go ahead.
about how the past shapes the future.
Go ahead.
And the man who holds the past holds the future. And the problem is that our past have been negated, been thrown away, like it didn't exist. Just like with that black cabinet, and then people being all excited in the 60s and the 70s about black caucus and all that kind of crap, and then realize that your people was always there and had a place at the table. And then over a period of time, they lost the place. So the bottom line is we have to recognize these things so that it does not repeat again.
That's
in
right.
time. Because time repeats. If we couldn't find the widget or whatever it is to disenable this program that is in use right now, in operation right now, if we could be able to disable that portion, then you won't have to worry about no budget being voted on for some debt when you're giving $180 billion to another country. When you got all the immigrants coming in, they talking about they got to find a house for them to put them in hotels, and they coming to your major cities. They ain't sending them to no suburbs. That would be the smart place for people that's a quote-unquote immigrant. And you want them to work the land and let them work on the farmland. No, you bring them in the city to push and to aggravate and to agitate the community that's already there.
Go ahead.
So it can get worse. So they can get worse.
Go ahead.
Then you talk about you got measles and all kind of things. You letting people come into this country don't know what their health record is if they had a health record. You make like they indigent, and you put them in a mass population. I don't know what kind of sense that makes. Those people should have been isolated and put on a place where they have total health record and every other thing they need to define their source. They got blood tests and everything to tell about these things. But you just going to let somebody come in your house and you don't know who it is? It's on purpose. It's the same thing that happened to us in the 1920s and the 1898s and all that coming on them ships. But they walking by feet today. They ain't coming on no ship. They walking by and walking through the gates of the city.
The politicians is
And
dropping
they're
them off right on the bus, right in front of people's house, right
They
there.
drop
Just
them
let them right
off
there.
on the bus.
With 2 tents and a motherfucking 2 movie tickets to the new movie Jesus is the Messiah. Go ahead.
So we all these things we need to consider
Go ahead.
and recognize that it's not normal, it's not natural, it's not organic. And then I don't know about these numbers, if they throw them numbers at us to incite the people or to make it appear something is true when it's not. When they talk about
Well, of
600
course.
people
Well,
that come,
you gotta think of it like this. That's doing more agitating than them moving in. The fact that it's on the TV. Like a bunch of them coming in every day right now, and it's the Democratic fault, but it's all of their faults. The politicians is doing this shit together. Not Democrat or Republican. It's like, who put the 94 crime bill together? The Democrats or the Republicans? Well, Joe Biden did it with his ignorant self. Now his son is on crack. Press one. And I want to ask you something. When dealing with time, let's deal, because you brought up something and I don't want to forget this. You said the war is in time on the timeline. Is that where our black man mind should be focused, since that's where the war is? A war in the mind based on his past, and the job that we're doing here is an excellent path to recognizing that. Go ahead.
Yes, because if little Johnny realized that the reason why little Johnny, your mother, had to live by herself is because the government mandated that your daddy couldn't live here if I want to feed you. So that's that 30% that you were talking about, the 33% of the women,
The
the
dowries, yes.
widow, the dowry. So they took the 33%, and all the heirs that would be, where they destinate. They destinate to the private jails. They opened up an industry, and they made the private jails, and they had a ticket on it that when they get a certain age, that's where they're going to go. Why? Because they create the environment. There's so much of things going on with these killings of these children killing each other like a fool. But where is the weaponry coming from? If they were smart, they will hold that peace for the time when the real war comes. But no, they're not that smart. They're going to turn on each other, but don't realize that there's a greater war coming. And they're talking about genocide as a part of American history. This will occur again because time goes in cycles and not on no line. It will happen again. When they get through messing up with that bridge and dam over there in Ukraine, some people got to go somewhere. And there's going to be towns right here.
You know what I said?
They're going to be
You know what I said? Because since we talking about this, my alternative theory to World War One and Two and how that's so theatric. What do you think about the Nazis winning the war and actually becoming Americans? Like the Germans actually became Americans, which just haunted the blacks at that time. Let's say pre-civil rights to me is Victorian. So all of the great cities and homes that we was living in pre-civil rights and stuff like that were all Victorian style, nice homes and well off. And then all of a sudden, you get an influx of German folk across the water in the early 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s. This is all wartime.
Yeah, because that was the war.
Go
The
ahead.
war was to bring the people in, and the attraction was, well, we killing them over there. We ain't nobody here ever went to Germany, and I don't hear too many German stories from all these people with the German heritage. You never hear them talk about what their life was before they came to America. They kind of took that underneath their sleeves and pretended I'm American. But like your 1828 book says, no, you're not. Because it was the color people that was here. And then you bring on some other people, refugees.
Go ahead.
And they come talking, that's what they would qualify as. They wouldn't qualify as no damn citizen. They would qualify as refugees because they came here to get away from their home. How you going to be a citizen when you a refugee? And they wasn't about to take that status. They wasn't about to take the status of a refugee, and they flipped it on us. And then they tell you that you the refugee in your own land. You the refugee. A refugee? Yeah, because we done come in here, stole your land, took over your government, and you just was left.
And now my forefathers are both Russians and Native Americans, Indians.
By design, man.
Ain't that a
How you
bitch?
take over a nation. Look at what Russia did. Russia went into Donbass or whatever it was and took the lower part of Ukraine. Well, it wasn't no, they ain't show us no blow-by-blow account, but they claim they got the city and the people in it.
They just took
They
them
got the armament. They just took it.
because they already Russian.
And that's that, and that's the whole daggone thing is that if you know your enemy, then there ain't no surprise. The problem is that we don't see him as he is. We see him as he wear our colors. As he pretends to be us, we embrace it.
Wow.
We embrace our own demise. Because just like those poor people that sing all that good music, they go to somebody talking about he's a manager. This is that little white man was Whitney Houston manager. And yet, all the money and assets that these people have made, you would think it would go to their family.
Go ahead.
That money goes swallowed right back up into the industry. And
Like,
everything you have is on loan.
yeah, well,
Nothing.
it's like the Roman Catholic Church. It's like the Pope. When they die, everybody died. It go all back to him. That's his industry.
You got that right.
That's
The
why.
bottom
That's
line
why
is
the
we
industry is the new religion, because they found a different way to make it a culture, and with the culture comes religion, and then that 501(c) hip hop, you pay all your dues to the Pope. You can't serve two masters. You must like you said, the first sovereignty. You got to identify, quantify what sovereignty is down to the cell, black man, and become alive again. That's your responsibility while you here on earth. You don't hear this sister playing around in the classroom. I don't let her go for a damn hour, 45 minutes or so, and that's how we supposed to be, right there. Because this is a freedom of information, and you're able to go there. You know, long as you can put your words together correctly, and we're gonna get to the quantum language of law in a second. But I sure appreciate how you broke things down and let me know you've been paying attention for quite some time. I mean, all the way back then.
Well, I appreciate you, Mr. KevRow, and you be encouraged. I always tell you that. Keep hitting that drum.
Well,
keep hitting that drum. And look, flashing the light. You put on some photon power, your own stuff. You ain't the only one. They ain't the only one getting the message out. Photons, KevRow. You got that photo of capacity too. You can be that flash the same damn way they could be.
Ma'am, that's what I'm gonna tell you a secret. That's what I do. I already know. Thank you. It's kinetic energy. KevRow. Thank you, Queen.
All right, bye now.
Yes, ma'am. See? Press 1 424-209-9506. Next caller. They didn't understand what KevRow is, was, or nothing. This sister just said, you got that same ability of flat boom. KevRow. Thank you, Queen. I told you we're going to bring it into... Okay, so you don't want to go by Gillespie. Fine. I'm in my ego. All right, fine. So let's break it down to a scientific matter of fact. That's a fine. Let's break it all the way down to a matter of fact. That means a lot. A lot of people work tremendously to think on a specific level. And here we are, right here in the classroom. We have the opportunity to let go. Right there. I asked you a long time ago, what type of superhero would you be if you had the chance? Well, me, what Transformers say they found? The all spark. Press 1. Yeah, that mind frame that can be downloaded, saved, and quantified for generations, then re-uploaded into a worthy vessel. That type of shit. We going quantum. That's what I was saying, G. 424-209. Here we go. Let's see who this is. This is going to be Atlanta. I love the Atlanteans. Press 1.
To accept, press
Hit that like button and subscribe. Georgia, you on the air. What up?
Hi, this is Tom.
This is who? Well, she broke up on us. Her phone cut off. Something happened. I'll try my best to wait. Or she's gonna have to call right back. She probably went through a tunnel or something. She probably went through a tunnel or something. We going quantum now. Come on, let's fly. Let's fly. Where the fellas at? Ollie, we gotta go there. Look, I just called Ollie. Ollie, we gotta go there. Legion will be my character. I don't know what that is. Please explain. Please explain after you explain your thesis, sir. Please explain how and why Legion. Hit that like button and subscribe. Go ahead, sister. You on the air. What up?
Hi, I apologize. So my thoughts were when you have trauma in your life and you and you know how you could see something that reminds you of that trauma and you kind of go to a flash in your brain and your brain and your body might freeze or you might get in a state of panic or a state of just you're stuck. And when the TV is flashing and you're seeing all these images and all these pictures and they continuously show you what your life is supposed to look like or what your, like you said a couple of days ago, you sit and watch TV for too long, it's depression. You could get depressed. It will send you these waves and these sound waves and all the flashes to keep you in a state of a low vegetation state.
Go ahead.
My thing is, when I thought I homeschool my kids, so when I thought I was turning off the TV and getting away from all of that, they put it into the internet.
Go ahead.
And then the ads were popping up.
Right.
And they flash, and and now they want everything. The things they didn't even know they needed, they now need.
Right.
So
where'd she go? She went mute. I hope she didn't go mute. I hope she didn't hit the mute button. Ma'am. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna stay right here. Lord have mercy. We can't hear her. She cut off once again. And it's great to hear people who think like that. Like when you adjust, it adjusts. It's like, well, YouTube used to be a place where a person can organically get their perceptions of, here it comes again. Here it comes again. So maybe it's a blessing that they demonetize me, like to where I'm not like flashing y'all every with the Coca-Cola or whatever the case is. I'm not saying there ain't no commercials. I don't know what they do, but I'm not monetized here. 424-209-9506.
call from.
You got the floor. Go ahead, sis.
Okay, sorry, I'm trying to find a good spot in this.
You all right?
So where was I? So when I try to unplug them from all of the nonsense and all the noise and all the program and the pictures and the flashes, because what I do notice is, say I teach them something or two, they forget really, really quick. But when I take them off that internet and I take the noise and I shut the TV off and I make them maybe a week go without nothing, the brain is able to reconnect into the real world. They're able to follow instructions. They're able to have original thought. They can pay attention. But I believe even as adults, that's what we're going through. When we're sitting in front of the TV, they're able to program us and keep us into time when we go back into, when we keep saying, hey, how are we stuck? How are we stuck here?
Go ahead.
the flash of the pictures, and you'll see those you see these white people with these big homes and the cars, and every time they're advertising to you, it's the white person that has all these beautiful luxurious things, and that's what a lot of people are running to acquire is those flashes. Even on the scenes of TV when they're showing you murder and they're showing you just all this stuff that is so traumatizing. How can we leave it when that's all we keep seeing? To the point you're desensitized when you even see murder. You might see somebody, you see them when somebody's getting murdered, they pull out a camera.
Right. It's
So,
almost like you actually identify why wait for robots and drones when they already have you.
correct.
How are you going to want out of the matrix when you're feeding into it when you get away from reality or knowledge and wisdom? What do you have left? Well, you got the world. Everything
We have
God
left.
said don't be a part of. So are you a Christian? Or are you
Correct.
you feel me? The world makes you a hypocrite if you think about it.
And it's hard not to be because
Right.
your program it's like a drug. You try to get off the inner. Okay, so I want to say last summer we got hit by the hurricane. I was in Florida over in Bradenton, so we had no electricity for a week. We had no water. We had nothing. So all I had to do with the kids was sit around and look at their faces. They looked at us, but we were able to interact. We actually didn't need any of that. By the time the week was up, it was like, oh, this is what it feels like to not have that, to have what they tell you you need, but it's a shock to your system. The first 3 days is it's like a drug. It's like you just came off of crackers. I'm like, oh my God, what what am I gonna do?
Right. I got to spend time with these kids who are not on their iPads and shit.
Correct. Like, when they get on your nerves, it's like, go watch a show or something, but when you have nothing but time, you pull everything out. Okay, let's bring the flashlights out. Okay, I had to go into survival mode. Let's get the pine straw and set that on fire because the stores were closed. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You go into survival mode, your natural state, when you don't have all these things that they're telling you. They make your life so easy with the robots to the point where you become so bored, and then you go into a depression because you have nothing to really do except for work, and the work you do you hate. So
Well,
I just wanted to add on that, but I don't want to take up too much time. I love the class.
I so
and
appreciate
I
you.
taking my call.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, and great way to see things. It's like you got to remember, as an awakening person, to your bondage. It's what you give your attention to. You ever heard that? You are what you give your attention to. Then why complain? I mean, you can tell a person who a person is by what they give their attention to, which will be what they mostly talk about and things of that nature. You know? So if you were really doing that, you would be like, wait a minute, I'm the one watching this damn television to no avail, like for nothing. It's not like you're watching something. Like I told you guys, go back and watch The Man in the High Castle. You have a reason. And it's not just laughs. You're looking for key points in shows that it's like, wait a minute, it's being here the whole. You're having epiphanies, and there's a spark. There's an imagination there when the connection is made. Oh, not when you laughing and playing and worrying about who's snitching on each other. Like the sister said, it's just like we're condensed. Now that can be possibly algorithm too. Who knows what's coming in your phone, my phone, your TV? We may all just think we all watching the same shit. Well, I may be getting anti-white behavior shit, like a reason why I hate white people. You may be getting on your construct a reason why you hate black people, and it just feed into the cells that are what negative, keeping you what? Unable to be what? Saved by photons. So not only is it a language, it's just like putting it together and thinking about it and the freedom of like your mind even conceiving these things. It's beautiful, to even be able to speak it. And that's to me is what creates the originality in a person. Not that I got different Jordans than you and stuff like that and shit like that. That's why when people actually get that shit, they be like, bro, don't fantasize over this goofy shit. This ain't, you feel me? This ain't what you think it is, bro. This is just what I use to project my shit on the world, and this is who I am. But in real life, you won't even know. I know about quantum physics, the Bible. You feel what I'm saying? You would thought I was just a clown or some thug walking up the street with my homies or something. And so, in the movies like The Surrogate and shit like that, y'all got to remember, you were part of the Matrix. What would you do without the Matrix? I asked this question before we even get to these videos, because this is already a good conversation. Without the Matrix, what would you be doing? Said something earlier. He said the algorithm is like God. See? He didn't think I heard that, but I heard that shit. Those are great conversations, brilliant conversations, because that's what I'm getting. So what is algorithm? We calling it the algorithm. And he brought up the fact, what if they went to war over the algorithm and stuff like that? So it really got me like, okay, they ready to like talk about these things. Did they go? Is the algorithm what they would consider the holy grail in a religious rite? A control mechanism, a sense of controlling the whole seed by way of boom, 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 boom. That opens up a whole spectrum of great conversation at that. Talk to me, King. Who was this in the chat room? Emmanuel. What does that mean? Well, I don't know what that means. 424-209-9506. Tell us what you mean, Brittany, by Emmanuel. They talking about man is about to merge with this, and AI is here. Well, if AI been here with the SSA, AI been here with the SSA. We used to watch shows like Small Wonder trying to tell you that they finna program y'all little asses like little robots. And I make reference to these things because I'm beginning to notice a pattern in them making fun of you in your own face, as you will call it. Turning man into machine. Well, it's the controlled time. What was Terminator about? Talk to me. Let's go quantum. Well, ain't they talking about physics? So what was Terminator about? Talk to me, family. Let's go there with our thinking selves. We're gonna hold the film till later. We're gonna hold the what was they saying? Hold on, caller. I got to put you back on the air. Okay, caller, you on the air. What up? Are you well? Caller got away from me.
Black and silver.
Black and Silver, you on the air. What up? I'm sorry, Brittany. I think the call got away from me. Call right back after Black and Silver. I put you on. You on the air, Black and Silver. What up?
What up, Kev? There's been a lot that you've been discussing that just have my mind thinking and going through a lot of thoughts. And this quantum, the subject about the quantum, but when Taj made mention of the Flash earlier, it brought my mind to the man in the high council.
Go ahead.
And how just like the a guy stated earlier about the portal bringing the people from a different time and bringing them into a new identity. Um, it's like that's what they're doing with us today because every advertisement, everything that they do, as far as commercials, um, now they're talking about the um, non-binary identity. It's like they're creating our reality for us, and it's left up to us to embrace it. If
Now,
we
is a
don't,
is a is a non-binary a new race or a new way of identifying with a? That's crazy. Is that what is that?
yeah, non-binary being now is not even accepting a gender. It's just like you're neutral. You're saying that you're neutral, and
Okay.
they're projecting
So it's
these
it
thoughts
could be
on
a
our kids.
strategy of it could be a strategy to for some reason. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I agree that it's a strategy, and um, you know, just thinking about what some of the films that they were watching in Man in the High Castle, how they actually watched the film and it kind of gave them an escape from their original reality because now you had the reality being a military, setting, but then when they watched the films and they saw themselves as the characters, it's like, they saw a different world. And that's kind of what they wanted, and
So do you think they were
that's what
being
pervades
that's
them.
kind of sick? What do you take from that? Being a viewer, do you see that as like them being indoctrinated into a new identity?
I saw it um, as if they were actually um, showing them aspect of life that could be possible. So yeah, I guess indoctrinating them as to it planting the thought, a different thought from what they were experiencing.
Got you. I got you.
Hmm.
So as far as time and let's say because we were talking going backward and forward in time. What are your thoughts
Hmm.
about that?
Okay, so as it relates to time, um, we um, TV is a time machine, and it takes us wherever we want to go. With the TV guide, so we go to the guide, and the guide is kind of asking you where do you want to go today or what you want to watch, and you go to adventure, you go to history. I mean,
So
it's
the
like
TV is their god.
the TV is their guide.
Hey, yeah, go ahead.
Yes, yes. Then thinking in terms of Disney, bringing Disney into play, it's like growing up, Disney was in our living room every Sunday or Saturday around 6 o'clock. You know, and from watching it on TV, then you learn that there's a Disneyland or a Disney World, and it's like when you go there, they've taken what they've given you and placed it into like a
Reality.
visual.
They take
reality.
the illusion and make it real.
Right,
Go ahead.
right, right, right. I remember when when I took my kids to like Disney in Florida. It's like my son was like, "Let's go to the Avatar section," and he was talking about doing a ride I had never even heard of, and he's naming things like it's real, like it's real, and it's like all of the animals that's in Avatar. He knew the names, and it's like that's what they're doing to our children as well. You know, a lot of times we don't pay attention to, what our kids
No,
are
let's
absorbing.
just say that's what they've done to us since their inception.
Yeah,
Because they not only did it
yeah,
to our kids, they did it to us. They did it to our mamas. They did it to their mamas.
right,
This whole World Fair thing was the inception, the carnival, the Trojan horse of invasion that you can ever imagine. But go ahead.
right, right. And just based on what you just said, they've invaded our uh, imagination, and you know they've attacked our imagination because that is what God uses as well for our life. Because He said that we will be able to do whatever we can imagine
Go
to
ahead.
do. And so, yeah, so that's the attack. And then, our sensory to our imagination is our eyes and our ears. And that's how we determine what's real, or that's how we that's one of the ways that we create. And they're using sound, they're using the imagery or the visualization, and just like the sister stated earlier, they show us all these commercials about cars, about homes, about, they're telling us what we want.
Well, that's well.
And
Not only
we're
that, not only do you want those things, it's your wants. That's the trick of debt bondage and things of that nature leads to loans,
right.
loan sharks, usury, have this
Mhm.
and pay later type of mentality to where now you're indebted so far because you've wanted so much. That's the truth. And holding ourselves
Right.
accountable will become a part of the language. Go ahead, King.
Right. Um, yeah. And as far as that debt bondage, I've spoke to many people that come from other countries, and they share with me how America from their home look like the land of prosperity, the land where you can come in and you can do anything you want to do, make all the money. But then when they actually get here, they see that most of the people have gotten everything that they own on credit.
Facts. Then they want to go home
They
like they
got it.
realize they rather be at the crib on credit with their rocks in the
Right.
water, diving off a bridge or something. Cause nigga, why live in an illusion when you can be free? This is what international
When
folks
you
know.
right, 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 right. And I've learned so much. I've learned so much from them, from people from other countries,
Facts.
Nigeria. From I have a lady that just moved in my complex from Ukraine,
Go ahead.
and that's a different story. She said they gave them, 100,000 for
Yeah,
finding a home,
we talked about that right
buying a
here.
home here.
And one of them picked me up in the Uber.
Yeah.
Bruh, had the fattest
Hmm.
Lexus interior I ever seen. She said, "Yeah, this is great country." I said, "You damn right. This is a fresh Lexus. You just got here from Ukraine." I didn't have to ask her where she from. She just told me. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah.
I said, "God
So
bless
it's
America,"
like
right? She said, "Yeah,
right,
yes."
right, right. It's like everything is an illusion.
Go ahead.
You know, one day I was riding in my car, and I was just pondering, and from within, I heard the voice that said, "You are truth." Okay. Now, everything else outside of you is fictitious, not real. It's not real. So my question was, how can I bring truth around me? And now I'm listening to this series on the quantum and the syntax method. Being the process of eliminating the things that are not real, the things that are not true, and only dealing with the truth.
Right.
And so it's like I'm telling you,
In the
man,
world,
you got my
in the world of
mind
commerce,
blown.
there is no truth. That's why they say prove it. That's
Yeah.
why. But there is an ultimate truth. There is a
Mm-hmm.
truth.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
And when one
I feel
realizes the
you.
truth, the smoke and mirrors begin to evaporate. That's called
Right.
a
Right.
realization in one's mind where he makes sense and learn how to make sense. Because it's chaotic once you realize that. Once
Yeah.
you start realizing everything
Yeah.
was
It is.
scripted and things of that nature, you begin to pretend not to see, and you get to
Yeah.
wave it. You think you want to be just as stupid as the neighbor. Don't look at me. Don't even ask me nothing, because I'm gonna say something very intelligent, and you're gonna think it was rude or something. That's how intelligent
Right. Right.
this type of shit can get. So, uh, be caught,
Right.
buyer beware.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, I've been researching and working on something. Just from watching the show and actually participating and doing some research and understanding the law of water and everything is like in the maritimes law
Or at least trying
is
to.
like yeah, I'm trying to see the church how the church is really playing its role. So that's
Why?
what
How
I've
you
been
trying to figure it
studying.
out? We've
And
been discussing it this whole time.
yeah,
The church is
I know.
operating out of the Roman change of authority.
Right,
They're operating
right,
out of that.
right. Yeah, I'm following that. I'm
So
following that, and
so
I've embraced
that's
all of that.
that's the construct.
Okay.
That's
Now,
the construct
what
at
the
an atomic
construct?
level.
Yeah.
That will
Now,
be
what I'm
the
doing is
construct.
looking at in today how because I was looking up something about Christianity, and and the word is ecumenism. Okay, and I saw a symbol that was related to that word, and it said that Christianity is a boat at sea with the cross being the mast. And so, understanding about the maritime laws and everything that I've learned from KevRow University, it's leading me to believe that when you say I'm a Christian, that you're saying that you're in a boat at sea, following the cross. And then the symbol for the cross is in all of the churches. And then the church is also like a ship. The songs that they say that they sing. Like a ship that's tossed and driven, battered by an angry
Right.
sea. And it's like, and the pastor. Now I'm looking at the pastor. You're not a pastor. You're the captain of the ship.
Okay.
Okay, and the people that come aboard the ship, they're called members, but they're not called crew members. They're called they're called members. Okay, so you come aboard the ship. Now you're a part of the ship, and you're following the captain of the ship. And then I was looking into like the burial. It took me to the burial at sea, and a funeral in the church is a burial at sea. And then I started thinking,
Well, that's
well,
why.
was
That's
the
what. Go ahead.
coffin
Go ahead.
was the coffin like mini boats? So even at death, you know, they still put you in a small boat and send you off to your final destination. So I
So the
just
whole
been,
thing is ancient
looking
Egyptian mythology back to Thoth, the god of the underworld. They're actually sending you to hell.
right, right, and then they have the ceremony of Neptune.
Okay, we got that. We got that. We got that. I don't want to go too
Yeah, yeah,
far
yeah,
into
yeah. Okay,
Neptune and cosmetology because all this is going to lead back to
right,
Serapis and the whirlwind of nothingness, and I'm kind of focused
right.
on the solution.
Okay, right. Well,
So
thank you
the
for
so the
your
so the
time.
captain
Thank
of
you
the
for
ship.
accepting the call,
Yeah, thank you, sir. Of course,
and I'll bring it up. I'll go back to the bungalow.
my man. There you go. So you don't want to get too, you know, but he's right. Following of the cross with the sword. That's how this nation was established by way of someone who went down with the ship. Press one, and things ain't been the same since he went down with the ship. You call the ship the I was about to say the shrimp boat with my goofy self. The what was that joint stock company, the East Indian Company, the British fleet? That's what it was. All this was dealt with company and by way of ship and the ports and docks and documents and this ones and that ones, and we don't want to keep it that because we've been there and we've been down those roads that lead back to the 1980s, 90s conscious community of control. We've identified the captain of the ship. Press one, hit the like button, and subscribe. See, we here at the row, we identified the captain of the ship. Press one. That's the thing about it, Captain. A a, a true champion. Hit that like button and subscribe. Here we go again. But so we leading back to the captain of the ship following the cross. You said the cross was what? All right then. Great. You got it. Great. The world is programmed. They don't got it. So scientifically, they caught in the allegorical whirlwind of Alice in the Wonderland, following the yellow brick road. How to relay that on all levels and people to understand that even at the simplicity of things. My man said, I'm the truth, so how am I gonna have the other truth? I said, what? How the truth exists outside of self. There is truths that exist outside of yourself. There is truth. There's people who've said things that people of today are saying today. Even if you look at the new age theories, not saying that all of it is untrue, but all of it has led to what? Confusion. Because they're all missing what? The main ingredients to understanding. How a person gonna understand The Secret? Person that go to the club every day don't understand the movie The Damn Secret. The Secret is dealing with quantum physics, and when you understand this shit, it makes you change your life. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air? What up? You on the air? What up? Caller, are you there? All right, cool. it just done something to in your cells and stuff like that, because you become aware of, wait a minute, what the hell am I really doing? The hell am I really thinking about? The hell do I really believe? How have I hypnotized myself? Turn this goddamn TV off. I'd rather play some goddamn John Madden than watch a continuous. I like Martin, but I realize ain't shit that funny. That shit is that funny, but ain't shit that damn funny. I have to figure a way out of why this ain't that damn funny. What's the argument behind why I shouldn't be laughing all the goddamn time? What is this television set? The sisters say, Kev, you are like that flash in the television set. What is she saying? She said, nigga, you are like that damn, in the simplistic of words, in my democratic mindset, you are like that one after the nothingness. That spark that makes it boom. So how many spark plugs are out there in the world? Tupac said, I might not be the person that's going to rule the world, but I bet you I generate the what? The spark, boom, that begin to make the change by keep speaking about it. Hit the like button and subscribe. So how do you do it? You keep speaking about it. I was talking to the other sister about time itself. We had how do you create the time machine? I'm still in that world. Given what you know in the circumference of time as you're trying to explain it, how would you create the time machine? Press 1. Since we all like to keep thinking and remain the constant, cool. How did they create that time machine? You see World Purple, I Won't Let It Go? That's the first subject. How did they create that time machine? And what do I mean by that? We've already begun to know most of history is layered, and the layers are so theatrical you can laugh the at the cinema at the literal war that they captured on film. You can laugh at that because that's like some shit we do in our backyard playing with a bunch of Nerf balls or something back in the day. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air.
Hey, Brittany.
Brittany, you on the air. What up, champion?
Not much. So I just wanted to, I brought up Emmanuel earlier, but I kind of wanted to walk through it a little bit.
Okay.
Starting with the,
Call from 16.
so the Gillespie algorithm would be the quantum version of the source, right? The quantum version of who and what God is, the original, right? So
Go ahead.
So with that, like the definition of it being the statistically correct trajectory towards a specific goal. And I think somebody was saying a couple of days ago, like they already know the goal, they already know the end of the book, they already know what's already written. So it's trying out all these different possibilities of how to get there, and kind of interjecting, and like Taj brought up the quantum entanglement. It's like testing different ways to get back to the source. And so also in thinking about that with the definition of quantum, in 1828 dictionary, it says that quantum in law is the action grounded on the promise that the defendant would pay to the plaintiff for his service as much as he should deserve. And then that brings me to Emmanuel, because we're talking about Christ and Christ consciousness and the light.
Go ahead.
And the sacrifice of God, the sacrifice of Christ dying, becoming accursed for the whole world.
Go ahead.
So in quantum form, it's trying to calculate how to articulate or reproduce that phenomenon of Christ already dying in a sense. It's trying to recreate that
So the
descendant, trying
so
to
what it so what is are you okay? Let me are you let me ask the right question. Is it trying to replicate and and make it seem like it already happened to offset time?
yes,
Got you.
absolutely.
So millions of people on the planet, Brittany, and they think that Christ has already risen and went to and saved the world. Therefore,
Right,
they would never see it happening.
right,
Possible, right?
right.
Go ahead.
Or seeing the fulfillment of that
Because
contract,
if you're watching, say it again.
or seeing the fulfillment of that contract.
Go ahead.
So him dying might have already happened, but there's still more. There's still the revelation of Christ. It's still the understanding of what that is, what that looks like in law, and what that contract truly means. So
It,
it's trying to express that in a way that's artificial.
and not biblically. Is they're trying to explain it scientifically.
Right, right.
So the language of Satan will be science.
That's right.
It'll be anti, or a substitution of, or a yeah.
It's artificial, yeah.
It's artificial.
And you will be as gods, right? You will be like God. You will not be the source, but you will be like him
Right.
in his light, right?
Right.
And so that also goes into Taj brought up Newton earlier, and he was also the one who found. I think he created or blueprinted satellites. So it's like it's an artificial form of something that would have naturally been created by God.
So they will be replicating. Explain that a little in depth for people who are trying to understand.
So the prism and the way that it's projecting light and the distortion thereof, it's a satellite. It's not a natural projection. It's not intuitive expression of understanding his will and understanding his law. It's manipulating it into an understanding that would be a distortion, a perversion, in order to control commerce.
Which is the Holy See.
Yes.
I that's a lot.
Yeah.
So what do you take from all this? Not your conclusion, of course, but where are you going with all? What do you see in this?
Um,
Taj said artificial
like you
light,
were,
but go ahead.
sorry?
Taj just referenced artificial light, but go ahead.
Right. So if you just said, like, what you see is to keep talking about it. I think that's important. I think if two or more join together in his name, it's real. It expresses itself. The truth expresses itself. So it's not just feeding into the lie and taking the lie for truth, but it's expressing the truth as you know it, as you know his word, as you know his law, as you follow Christ as head. Right?
Yeah, and scientifically, damn, yeah.
Yeah.
So much to talk about. Thank you, Brittany.
You're welcome.
So much to discuss, and she went super quantum. Lord have mercy. She went super quantum. And that goes back. I'm glad he brought up artificial light because it's what can trick you into thinking that it's light, but it's not in science. Correct, Taj? You can and then you end up believing that it's illusion, and you don't even know that you really believe Mickey Mouse is real when you go to Disneyland. Do you know there's a whole sovereign government that has been perpetrating as presidents and shit by way of Mickey Mouse? Do you not know? You don't know that. You don't know Mickey Mouse is the man behind the curtain. Bruh. That's what. You don't want to know that it's Mickey Mouse out there kicking your ass in every dragnet and community police bush. They don't even know where they getting paid from. Press one. If y'all do y'all history on Disney and Walt Disney, that's all CIA. That's all German, SS, and all of this other stuff and propaganda. Those are the ones who created your television set and got you in. So it's really me against the world, baby. Press one. You la 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 Elmo's world, because I was there too. Rockefeller trained me too, but I broke free. Press one. All I had to do is keep my faith in God. I'm trying to tell you. And learn as much and keep learning and stay focused. Yeah, we make mistakes, but keep learning, stay focused, stay pure hearted. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. And look where we are. We talking about the most brilliant shit ever right here on the road. Hit that like button and subscribe. Just keep now in the cell form. I'm one of those photons just breezing through, helping out other cells awaken their true potential. Hit that like button and subscribe. One of you little lower form cells can't hold that type of cell down with your way of being. That photon didn't come down from its wherever it came from and got its light from, and to say, hey cell, agree with this one. No, it just, this is what it is. If you was looking at that diaphragm, it said that the photon saves the other cells from captivity. Because they can't think past that. This is scientific. This is your struggle scientifically broken down to the quantum level. They been had you beat with their little bonfire. Hit that like button and subscribe. They trying to figure out how a nigga like Kev Gills end up with all of this knowledge and wisdom. Nigga, you made it. With your silly self. You just got to tap in to the cruelty and the trauma that they've placed on you. Press one, because that's what you got. And with every trauma, with every amending trauma, they done flashed your ass with a new perception and a new reality of how to accept that trauma. And you worried about Justin Bieber trauma. You need to be worried about your trauma. You got trauma. Your ass been flashed 3 million times since you've been on this earth. That nigga, your ass is a you are a robot. They gonna put you on crack and flash you down. Press one. When the police at night be looking for you, what they do? Hit you with the flashlight. Right off the side of the car. Now they bam, hit you. Wait, sir, stop it right now. Press one. They just flash. But want you to pay attention to that. When you thinking about how all of this being here, all this technology being here. Listen, if them Egyptian shits was really made 30 billion years ago, or however long ago they said it was, you wouldn't be able to see them carvings on them goddamn stones. And they don't let these people condense your mind into thinking just because you see an Egyptian goddamn person with faded ink on it, making it look brown. You ain't paid it no goddamn attention that all that shit made out of limestone. Press one. Nigga, ain't no lime. Let me stop. Niggas is only thinking on the 1D and 2D. It's time black men and black women start thinking on a 3D and 4D correctly with the right perception, not leaving God out, but excluding the allegory, applying God to the scientific method. And you may be looking at the generator that conducts the time machine. Press 1. The all spark, because that's what empowered my time machine on this shrimp boat. Ain't no way in hell we've been able to go all the way back. Now, one of you niggas read this in y'all Rockefeller ass textbooks about Wilmington. Nigga, we had to go dig deep to find out them contracts. Nigga, this is important. One of us, nigga, we supposed to be watching cartoons and rap videos forever, staying in our pods, fucked up, trying to be better, trying to please each other. Press 1. What was Terminator about, Todd? We gonna keep it metaphorically movies today. What was Terminator about? Them going back into the past to get who? JC. And do what? Get rid of him. That's what it was about. They was going back in time traveling. You too busy looking and trying to see if Jay-Z is a damn doppelganger and your ass is the damn doppelganger. Press 1. Your ass been frozen, Disney movie bars, in time for about 150 years. Press 1. $150 you've been under the flashpoint television. You know, television was so scary at first. It was a radio broadcast, television broadcast called War of the Worlds, where they really believed aliens was taking over the whole country and war was going on everywhere. You know why? Because it really happened. It just didn't look like Will Smith in that movie Independence Day. It was real aliens blowing stuff up. Press 1. And they didn't think it was real. You telling it in the wrong cartoonish way. The War of the Worlds is about aliens who came over here. Press 1. Don't you get it? You got to wake up. You've been in the dream world. I tell you what, I got a 60-something-year-old sister I can have coffee with. Press 1 and have some of her sweet potatoes and macaroni and cheese. Press 1 and discuss this all day long with her. I know she knows because guess what? She was more around than I was. So for her, I'm a fresher breath air. I'm somebody she could, last time she saw this was when? 10, 15, 20 years ago when some white man on a VHS cassette will travel the country with 20 people on his Steve Coakley shit. Press 1. It's us new, younger folks, 80s babies, 90s babies, who got to be able to transmute that. If we don't, they really going to be lost. You think niggas is lost now? We got to make sense of technology. We got to stay concurrent like a jail time sentence. We got to stay ahead of it. You know, we got to embrace technology. Don't be afraid of damn AI. If your ass don't know how to type good things and make a resume, use AI to make yourself a resume, nigga, and believe it. I don't give a damn what you do, but you gonna know that that wasn't you. You better learn how to be. Give a damn about no damn AI. It's these niggas you gotta worry about. Deal with their artificial mindsets. Block talking about they worshiping Allah and doing Muslim prayers, and then they go back to gun activity. That's not Muslim. Press 1. That's not the way of Allah. We all just take this picture and then do rap videos. Allah don't want y'all niggas doing no damn rap videos after you get down and worship. And neither does Christ. Y'all, this world has gotten beside itself. Press 1. And so is that it? Am I good? Am I good to go? Well, let's get into some quantum knowledge then. Then it's time for me to eat my lunch. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Press 1. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Time to eat, bruh. Hit that like button and subscribe. I gotta make sure y'all good out there. Let me check my check this for my classroom. We're gonna get this started, and we're not gonna watch.
Written in adverb verb.
We, we gonna make it happen, Captain.
Said.
Hey, said, talk to me. What up? Talk to the classroom.
All right, so I had a thought because I was listening to what Brittany was saying, and you're talking about the time machine and the time machine being a TV. So how did they make the time machine?
All
So
right.
the time machine was made.
Come on,
The
said.
time machine was made. The time machine was made by studying the black body.
Okay.
I got
Okay.
it. That's what you was asking me earlier, right?
Yes. I'm like, what the fuck? You the one
I
who
didn't
brought me
understand
the
what you
black
talking about.
body.
I didn't get it.
You brought me the black body.
Thank
I'm
you.
threw you the lob, and the
Right,
ball went over
right.
your head like you ain't went to practice or something. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? What's wrong
They
with my
about studying
boy?
the black body.
So tell the
So they said
people,
the black
break
body
that
is the
down.
light.
What that mean? I need you to break that down specifically. What that mean by studying the black body? Go ahead.
So they study the black body by going by burning. It's by a burning.
Go ahead.
So you have to burn
So
the
Holocaust.
black body. Yes, you burn the black body, and you look at the spectrums of light that come off from the burning. Like they said that certain portions of the body burn at different colors and temperatures. So what they're studying is the black body. It's what Taj was saying is the black lines in the middle. That's what the slit experiment is for. They're studying what holds the light, the colors, and the body parts together. They're looking for the catalyst. So that catalyst is what they call the philosopher's stone.
Talk
This
to the
is
people.
what
Talk to
you
the
can
people
take.
about it.
So the philosopher's stone is how you take a base metal and turn it into gold. So that's like Taj was talking about how they had the steel pennies. Like it was steel mixed into it. So you burn the black body and see what the catalyst is, what holds everything together. And with that catalyst holds together everything in existence. So it would be carbon. Carbon would be the catalyst for holding together molecules. It's squaring the circle. How do you fit a circle peg into a square hole? You have to have the right catalyst to do it. It's an analogy.
Go ahead.
You have to have the proper catalyst. So the catalyst being carbon, and carbon being what makes up the entire universe, they were able to turn the black body into the black mirror and use what you are made of as a weapon against you, and change your perspective on time by giving it another, like Taj was saying about refraction. They change the dimension. But just a slight turn would change the dimension, or like what you were saying, or the angle of light that is. That's what it is. So the Holocaust is what brought out, is what helped them do the experiment to figure out how to make.
So
That's how they got the whole spectrum of light.
So
They understand it today.
So
They do like the whole chakra thing. Those is the spectrum of light that each body part burns. The color it burns.
Go ahead.
And being able to put that back together, or to be able to reproduce or project the light.
You break it up. You break it up.
What was the last thing you heard?
Them projecting light.
By them projecting the light from the black body, they were able to, I guess, recreate a false light.
Go ahead. So their scientific study and chemistry really comes from the genocide that they did. It's a hidden secret code of language.
Yes.
Got you. Go ahead, King.
That's the whole thing behind quantum physics, and it's supported in the caste system.
So they performed a large ritual to change the spectrum.
Yes. Or the dimension.
Say it again.
They did it to change the dimension.
They did it to change the dimension in time. Go ahead.
Yes. It's just a dimension is just an angle of light. It depends on how you look at it. That's like what Taj was saying about when you put the pencil in the water and it looks like it's
Yeah.
light is hitting off of the water and it makes a field or tilted perspective under the water.
So we've been pretty much not only going back in time, we've been seeing through the illusion and the whole let's put it in our theory, we've literally seen through the game that's been played over us almost in its entirety if we're dealing at the study of the black body.
Causality. Retrocausality.
Retrocausality is what, champion?
That's cause and effect.
So everything the architect said was true, and he was talking to a black person in reality.
Yes.
And Neo is a black person. Go ahead.
They use retrocausality. So we have, like I put in the chat, I don't know if this is the right analogy to use, but it's like having the Emancipation Proclamation happening, but that story being told from a point in time before that, they can go back and say, well, Christopher Columbus is what actually led to, over so many years, is what led to the Emancipation Proclamation.
Right.
He brought slaves. They use a point in time that they were able to manipulate and then go back and backdate it for the beginning.
And that would only happen if you genocide them people. Cause and effect.
Right, and that's why you were saying like the wars were backwards and all.
The Big Bang is the genocide of African Americans.
Right.
Because that's the beginning of life for them. Go ahead.
And that's the explosion at the T.A. Gillespie Motor Company.
That's the explosion at the. Say it again. Say it again. Say it again.
We're talking about combustion.
So at the T.A. Gillespie and combustion, talk about it.
He was working on the car. He was making the motor. Because after the explosion, after all this, Ford comes out with the Ford. That's the first thing they did was the Ford Model T, the car, the combustion engine. So that algorithm for the Gillespie algorithm was used to create the engine.
Exactly. Come on.
So it's different, right? So you don't have. So you're not blowing up yourself. It gives you a simulation of firing of the engine. It gives you a simulation, so you want to get from the crank up to the idle point.
Yeah.
Where you can get to the point to drive it. So once they were able to cause that explosion, they were able to get the algorithm. Once they caused the explosion, they were able to get the algorithm. And with that, that's how they were able to run the program to see how to work the TV, how to create the TV.
And many more inventions, right?
Right. And whatever they discovered, they used the retrocausality to go back and say, well, oh, it came from this person.
Got you. But the original architect will be the combustion engine creator.
Right. And that's part of the scramble for what the technology was. And they say Tesla came up with all of this stuff, but it seems like Tesla just came. He was a scientist through the Carnegie Institute. He was with like Einstein and them. They were all working on the same thing.
So maybe they weren't scientists at all, but just think tanks and studiers of law, and was able to change it.
Because remember, they said they were using random variables, right? Tesla, what I think is Tesla figured out that the 3, 6, and the 9 were the variables that they needed to get the harmonic frequencies they needed. That's why they said about the whole Tesla being the 3, 6, 9 and having this energy source and all of this. He figured out a piece of the algorithm, what exponents to use or what variables to use to get a harmonious outcome.
A harmonious outcome from what? Well, the destruction that just happened. Cause and effect.
Right, because remember they say he hooked up that machine he had and cut it on, and he almost leveled the whole building.
Yep.
He created almost an earthquake. It's like splitting atoms. Or what is reagent?
What is that? What is that to you? Talk to me.
It's poking the atom. They figured out how to vibrate it in a point that they can control.
What year was that?
Tesla.
We start figuring that out. I bet you that was the changing of laws right there.
Well,
from what I
think that they can.
Go ahead.
So they ran this experiment, and then they came out with the findings in 1945. Mm-hmm. So for you to have findings, that means that you had already been running the experiment for so long, and then you published what you find in 1945.
Yeah, you're running experiments like Tuskegee, all of these controlled scientific experiments, creating a world within world.
Yes, sir. And even going back into the burning of the black bodies, that goes into a whole. It goes into harvesting and trafficking.
Go ahead. You're right.
It would be the science behind it, because they say that the philosopher's stone is the elixir of life, but it also can be used as a way to make a person unaware. So it puts you into a black state, the black state you and the lady were talking about earlier.
Say that again.
They use the philosopher's stone, which would be the burning of the black body and the material that it leaves behind. Because remember, it's a caustic burning. They just burn the flesh off of the bone.
Yeah.
They're left with this charred carbon. It's burnt carbon.
Yeah.
So it becomes crystallized, and through that they can project a laser to it and get the spectrum of light. With it being the elixir of life, they take it and have a whole nother process where they liquefy it and they yellow it, and then they turn it into this red color. It comes out to a red liquid, which they will mix with wine, and they call that the elixir of life. But that also could be used as a way to put a person into a sleep state, like a trance state. It brings on this euphoric feeling in the brain.
Okay. But all of it is from the study of the black body, huh?
Yes.
Television as well.
Yeah, because that's the television is just a rearranging of light and pixelation. It's just lighting up the black. It's projecting light into the black mirror.
Mirror, mirror on the
with
wall.
that, you use moving photography to create
Motion picture.
the programming. Yeah, in programming.
Yeah. And that will alter history. It'll say
You said that with what?
alter history and come up with prophetic situations like The Simpsons making predictions. Says who? The TV?
Right.
The TV told you that The Simpsons made Donald Trump go up the escalator. This is all projections from the artificial algorithm. Are those who control it?
Right. Because the controller sets the parameters.
What you mean?
They set the whole they set the experiment up. So if you want to have a skewed outcome, you can skew the equation.
Oh, I got you. You set, you come up with 5 to 10 projected outcomes and see which one lands.
Right. For trauma.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tra-
But all
trauma
all
being-
traces back to the original trauma. Go ahead.
Right. It takes you back to the burning.
To the damn. Go ahead.
The burning is what is the whole science of it. But it's a specific bloodline that they want, because this bloodline has a certain spectrum of light that was made from the original light. It is in the image of the original
So
light.
the God particle is actually in somebody, not something they create. It's an artificial.
But the original, have they been able to control the original yet?
Control
Trying
only
to get a
come.
hold on the original.
Well, the control will come, let's say, in the form of ghettos, crack, jail, penitentiary, stresses and traumas that go all the way back, that's tied all the way back into the inception. So, not knowing if the Black Messiah, aka the photon, would that spectrum that they won't know himself. You see, it will limit the possibility. Why fight against it when you can limit the photon, get it to come down, and if it's being born into the system, then manipulate it from birth, and see see the projected outcomes.
They put it in the matrix.
Like what? The movie?
They put the actual subject into a box. They box him in.
Go ahead.
They change his surroundings because he can't be changed. They have to change his surroundings, and maybe he will adapt to his or become a product of his environment.
Become a product or adaptation to his environment, so he'll never make it out. So
And if he does, he comes out perverted and distorted.
Yeah, because he's already accursed. Because look where he's coming from. Let's say he's African American. Where would he be coming from? The hood, family full of crack and cocaine and experiencing life in the toughest and harshest conditions, not fucking reacting to. What would it take to come out of that and still maintain your sanity? You see?
The right dimensions.
Say it again.
The right dimensions.
What does
Right
that What does that
perspective,
mean
the right
to the
angle.
people? What does that mean to the people? The right dimensions. Explain it to them.
You would have to be looking at the correct source of light in the right way. You have to have the right perspective. You would have to know the difference between the artificial light and the real light.
Yep.
And that's why the eyes of the oracle was so important.
Because she can see.
she has the right perspective.
Yes. Remember? Yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. She got the right perspective. Didn't I say that earlier? Black women to me is
And
like,
it can't be taken; it has to be given.
say it again.
And it can't be taken; it has to be given.
What you mean by that?
It's a courtesy.
To take what and give what?
You can't just the perspective, the proper dimensions, the proper environment, the proper almost like a womb. You have to be. You have to know where
Almost
you
like
came
a
from.
womb. And who knows best when she's ready? A mother, right? The woman.
Yeah. Huh. So it's oh. So that goes back to the fourth matrix where he had this whole experiment. We had them close enough to know that they were by each other, but they were never touching. They
And
couldn't
what?
never get on the same.
And how was that? He had the woman ever so reaching to what?
What?
The material world. All of her dreams.
Yes.
Remember the forbidden
Yes.
fruit,
She
the
had a
apple,
family. And kids.
representing the first
Mm-hmm.
fall of Eve and Adam. And who trying to save her the whole time? Adam or Neo, the original Adam. He trying to. So let's think of it like a split experiment. If we won, how are we split? There is no split if we won. If you my woman
Right.
and we're one, there is no off balance. There is no slit screen for a different spectrum or none of that. It's what it is.
It's all one color. It's one color.
And not only that, you and your woman is just as powerful as you are. Behind every great man is a what? Is a great woman. So look, I want you to. When you looking at these pictures from back in the day of the Victorian age and these strong black people, when they was taking family photos and stuff of this nature, they wasn't laughing and smiling and talking about, "Hi, look, I look good. Look, I'm the." This shit was serious than a motherfucker. To know who you was, to
Right.
know what banking was, to know you have a more serious posture, not only about yourself but about life and the people you come in contact with.
Right.
Go ahead.
It's the yin and the yang.
The yin and the yang. From the rib, it's the official marriage. Man, woman, new creation, expression, God, that's the blessing. The children is the blessing.
And the
Everything else
symmetry
that comes.
between the two.
Say it again.
And the symmetry between the two, how they fit together.
How they fit together. That's what made it. That was the separation. When they say they separated the black family and stuff like gave her what she want and stuff like that. This is all what it was. Not only did they offered it, but she went in YouTube and fell into what? The world. The way of the world.
Right.
Not only we gotta understand this, she gotta understand it too. Why you think I brought up the adjectives and the nouns? And I said what? Women are the best at adjectives and nouns and knowing the
Thinking pattern.
huh? Say it again.
Because of their thinking pattern.
Yeah, bingo. And it's like a natural fascination with it. So them understanding exactly what I'm saying is a different type of understanding, a different spectrum, a different outlook of we've been doing it this whole time. Here figuring out these different time lapses and flash points every time we get close, like the sister said, we get close to a point in history where judgment is called, a reset seems to happen. Those are patterns being recognized by human beings, regular people.
Right.
I mean, it's coming out expressed from her life that we live and the way we speak, but it's coming out, and that's the way she's seen it. And the way she's seen it, I seen it. You see it. People in the chat room also felt that, you know. So the burning of the black body, and what did you call that? What did you call that, sir?
Constant burning.
Well,
no, the burning of the black body.
Is that a scientific theory?
Yeah, I mean, from how quantum mechanics explains it.
Okay, how do they?
That's the basis.
Okay, that's the basis. Okay, so so it's pretty much scientific history.
They call that the great work.
Bingo, that's what I'm getting at.
It's the great work.
They call that the great
work.
works. Could you explain that to us? What is the great work, sir?
It is how do I explain it? It's finding the catalyst for the Philosopher's Stone. It's creating the Philosopher's Stone.
How important is the Philosopher's Stone for our simple minds, like the average person? We heard of it, but we really don't know what that is. How important is that to what our ways of thinking?
That is us. We are the main ingredient for the Philosopher's Stone.
Carbon.
It is the building blocks for all of material. Yeah.
And the real truth is, the initial finding out of what the Philosopher's Stone is was by way of the burning of the black body, which is a scientific method.
Yes. And it's called squaring the circle.
Square equals circle.
Two things that don't square. It's called squaring the circle.
Ah, I seen that.
It's a triangle. Yeah, it's a triangle with the square inside of it, and the circle is inside of the square. So we are the circle. Man and woman is the circle, which is inside of the square, which is the matrix, and then the triangle is, well, the square is inside the triangle, and the triangle is the Trinity, and the outside of the circle is the plane that we're on, or you would call the earth of the world.
Okay, this is described in that one picture with the man with the extended arms, correct? With the shapes of that nature? Go ahead.
So we are the circle. The yin and the yang is the circle in the middle. That is the man and the woman. The circle is enclosed by a square, which is the matrix that we are in. Outside, and the square is enclosed in a triangle. That is the Trinity. And the Trinity is enclosed inside of the world.
One more time so our people can get it, because it just became visible in my mind. Say it one more time.
So the whole picture is a triangle with a square on the inside, and inside the square is a circle. So we're the circle that's inside, enclosed by a square. The square is the matrix. The square is enclosed by the triangle. The triangle is the Trinity. Enclosed by the triangle is the circle, which is the world. So I think the Trinity would be the three districts. Those are the three districts that control
the three districts of control.
Yeah, so it'd be the Vatican, London, and D.C.
Go ahead. Now that's taking it. We're taking it from the scientific. Yo, I want y'all to know how important what was said is. talking about here, y'all. He's taking it from a scientific theory to a matter of fact. Go ahead.
Yeah, those are the three districts. So that'd be the Vatican, the Bank of London, and the District of Columbia, Washington, D.C. Well, that is the Trinity that they speak of. And that Trinity is enclosed by the world. So that Trinity is ran by the world. Each one, whenever the inside square, the inside shape is controlled by the outer shape. So to control the man and the woman, they have to be placed into the matrix, a matrix. And then matrix is controlled by the three districts. And the three districts are ran by the world.
And did that happen to black people in real life?
Yes.
All right, go ahead. Can just continue your scientific theory of historical record, sir. Go ahead.
So when you're talking about the matrix, it's how you explain it? So there's like the two fields. So there's the paper field, and then there's the physical three-dimensional. So you like Todd said it earlier. How do you bridge the gap? It's with the ball.
Say it again. See, what did Tosh say that made sense to you? Say it again.
It's two fields. You have the paper field, which is paper jurisdiction that the federal government has, and then you have the physical field, which is ran by the common law. So how do you get the three-dimensional field to overlap by the paper field? The bar is the catalyst between the two.
The bar is the catalyst between the two what?
Because a bar is nothing but a bar is just like how you have like a lifeboat on the side of your big.
You breaking up. You breaking up. You breaking up. Hold up a second. You breaking up. You keep fading out. It's hard to hear it, but I'm trying.
Oh, my bad. So the bar is nothing but a pulley system to lift something up from one plane to the next. So like when you have an emergency raft on the side of a boat.
Got you.
The pulley system is the bar. It brings one thing from one surface, it brings it up and down.
Got you. Like the scales. Go ahead.
Right. So the bar brings the muscle code down to or up to the three-dimensional plane. That's what the bar does.
Yes, I'm with you on that. In a religious sense, it brings the underworld to our world.
Right.
Go ahead.
Because there's supposed to be a split between the two. It's supposed to be public and private.
Go ahead.
That's how they bridge the two between public and private is the bar. So the bar is another version of the catalyst or the squaring of the circle. It's another version of that.
So the real thing
bringing two things together that can't be together. They're not supposed to be together. Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, merging the unnatural with the natural. Or a creation with something natural. The merging of the two, the bar is.
But the bar only exists because you can't speak.
Right. Or you can't represent yourself.
Say it again.
You can't represent yourself.
Why not?
Because we don't know how to syntax grammar.
Go ahead.
We don't know how to speak. We don't know how to bring
physical jurisdiction to papers, like a possessionary type of thing. We don't know how to exact words. Is that right?
Well, I'm riding with you. I'm with you, champion.
Yeah, that's just how I see it in my
There ain't
head.
no right and wrong when we're in the unknown.
Right.
we
Right.
just cruising along, just observing your spectrum and what you see. You feel me?
Yeah.
So, for me, I be trying to things be hitting me like, damn, okay, that black body, and I brought up, see, we got to be connected to that initial flash burning because that's where we ended up with Carnegie and the genocide and the melting at the steel plants and the merging of what copper and steel.
Right, because remember, Deb told us about the pig iron.
Go ahead.
Deb told us about the pig iron, and they were using the bodies, and they were fusing them into iron. And it's almost like giving life to an inanimate object, almost.
Yes, but not only that, let's take it back a little bit. Fletcher in the chat room said the dead cannot speak in court. And in other words, in the words of the Pirates of the Caribbean, dead men tell no tales.
Right.
Right? So as long as you're dead, you can't speak or you are barred from speaking, thus owned by the tri-state once again. Where they come in and speak for you. Like the agent, would you call it you can't represent yourself, so an agent has to uh, represent you. And yeah.
And he puts a different perspective on the actual offense when someone else is speaking for you, because it's not a primary, it's secondary. Source speaking, not the primary source.
So they can't speak factually for you.
Because they're dealing and they're dealing with public opinion, not fact.
Right. And social norms.
And social norms. They're not
norm,
dealing in fact. Go ahead.
A norm is canon law.
You're right. They're operating out of canon law.
That's another word for canon. Is norms. The social norms or the social canons.
Wow, that didn't even ring a bell.
Mm-hmm. If you look up the etymology or the definition or etymology of canon, it would be a norm. What are the norms?
So again, canon law is of the sea. That's why they experience cannon fire. But that's law. Ain't that Roman law or something?
Yeah, it's Roman law. Phoenician, Roman.
Phoenician, Roman. Yeah.
Oh. So with them even doing that goes back to the Sister QV about pronouncing everybody dead.
Say it again.
That goes back to the Sister QV when making everyone dead.
Right. Yeah, everybody's dead and are brain dead and are lost at sea. And Yeah.
And that's become the norm, the social norm.
Yes, sir. It say on yours, black, dead, parents patria, Doris. That's your number, say.
It's crazy when you talk about. We were already talking about the dowry, and the Miller guy. He said that a third of the words have been removed.
A third of the
That's
words.
dowry too.
Yeah, because the other third, the 33, will be the woman. She will be the other benefit. She will be the other half, your better half. They cannot be full separated. So we need them to hate each other, not want to be married. This your system. So you two coming together is by way of not only contract but ordained by God, and y'all just don't understand what that means.
So does the thinking process of the two together that creates space and time?
Yes.
Because the man thinks like tunnel vision, and the woman thinks peripheral vision. She sees side to side, and he sees forward. That would be time and dimension, thus creating the spark.
And if you remove one, you move perception, you change the spectrum, you get her operating out of some form of thinking and him, while they both try to fit into your society and realize it too late that they don't separate themselves.
And they don't have a bridge between them.
They don't got what?
It's not. They're not. There's no bridge between the two. They're on two separate fields. They're two separate planes.
And in science, it'll be one cell that went its own way, that split. It's a splicing of a cell.
Fusion, fission, fusion. They created fission between us. We separated.
It's a probability. Huge probability.
And the TV's what did it.
The television. Stay at home, watch TV. Her wants and needs and desires became and manifested themselves. And him cutting off of work and whatever that was. And then his television and radio programming manifested itself. And so Adam and Eve was split right there. Forever chasing each other. Forever so close, yet so far. And what is love? What is love to the woman? Whatever she chasing after in her material wants and needs. So if you can't supply that artificial reality or that Apple type of Disney World, Dream World fairy tale for her, oh, she gonna use you, but she moving on because that's the perception of what we have here. In Adam, there will be Adams out there that go chasing right along, right off the cliff, never receiving proton light or nothing, just right off the cliff. Go ahead. So that's the importance of the coming together of two from a genetic and a history basis. That's crazy.
So the articles bring the two back together.
Say it again.
So the articles would bring the twos back together.
The articles of what? Explain it.
Grammar.
The articles of what?
Grammar.
Articles of grammar will bring what?
The man and the woman back together in the proper union.
What is the articles of grammar? Talk to me.
being able to
Communicate effectively.
right, proper communication.
Say it again.
It'd be the proper communication.
Proper communication.
But it's not. Like when you say it's in the articles, it's in the articles, but it is the articles in the articles are incorrect. But the use of correct grammar inside of the articles, like inside of law, putting it into the right possessionary
Perspective.
right jurisdiction.
Yes.
Okay.
Brittany, call it
Yeah,
in.
that's deep,
Brittany,
bro.
but yeah, that's real deep. Brittany got a lot to say. I'm gonna let her call it in so she can have.
I'm calling because I got to get back to work. I've
Thank
been
you,
gone
champ.
for a minute. I'm in trouble.
My man, thank you, champ. Feel free to call it in. For he who finds a wife finds a good thing. It's true. Not just any wife though. Not just any wife. You you don't make you just can't find not it ain't speaking as you just pick a wife and that wife is the good thing. No, an obedient, subservient wife to God's word and law and understanding all of the great works and what it means and all of this stuff. Not just any wife. Y'all can high five and back pat if y'all want to. But them is the same old sayings I heard in my family for the last 30. Wait, listen, boy, if you finding a wife, finding a good thing, which is why everybody I know is divorced and ain't got no husband, because obviously y'all wasn't no good thing. Press one. See? Since y'all want to take it there, let's be logical about the situation. She got to be one of them wives that's described in the word, I guess. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
Hey, it's Brittany.
What up, Brittany? Talk to me.
It's just, so I said it's the Spirit of God Himself. It's the airship.
Okay. Okay. So who said this? Say it. What are you referring to?
I don't remember what that said.
Okay. So okay. So you said it's the spirit of. What did you mean by that?
It's the descendant of the law. It's the descendant of God's law. It's in the flesh. So it's not to be made complicated. It's not to be made into something that can be calculated on a complex quantum machine.
Go ahead.
It's the original, so it's intuitive. It's the expression of what His law means
In the flesh.
in the flesh.
So it is a person.
It's a person, and it's a union between two.
People.
They're not different because they're not separate, but it's the expression and the ability to break that down.
Oh, break down the expression which will unlock the codes. So the two
Right.
will instinctively know.
Right. It would just be right.
It'd just be right. So it'd be these two will be the personification of what? Adam and Eve. The correct expression without the transgression.
Right. It's it's understanding the transgression.
Ah. and she must understand the transgression just as much as he, but at least 33. I'm just clowning, but I'm saying I see exactly that POV.
Yeah.
So
Understanding it so you're able to explain it and feed it to your people.
ah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
So love itself between that royal two will be the Holy
Example.
Grail. Say it, example. There it is. Go ahead.
Manual.
The whole manuscript is in the holy matrimony
In Christ.
in Christ.
Right.
So we don't went from quantum to the religious aspect. It's a beautiful time to be alive to even view things from that perception, right?
Right.
God is good
All the time.
all the time. Thank you.
Call and move.
Coffee. Brittany got this weird, crazy fucking mentality. Cause what the fuck? She hit you up with a cold drive by. Yeah. So anyway, bye. Gotta go. Hit that like button and subscribe. And so that goes back to what Seb was trying to explain on the physical. So what she's saying is they have tried to compute and illustrate by way of projecting on television and other ways to enter your mind what that will signify. But it will happen in real life. Now, this person can literally, let me tell you what love does. It can literally stop time. So when this person falls in love in this specific time and space, and this person is in love with time and space, things will happen magnetically. Maybe generate a magnetic pull. Neither one of the two was aware of. Boy, you get to walking and this type of shit. Boy, everything you see in life, goddamn, is love this and got your address. Yours and hers is combined on the back of a goddamn truck you see on the road. It may be a motherfucking person or a car way over there, something that you give your attention to, a billboard that way will express itself and at that current in time. That's what the fuck that shit does. Boy, you been walking at the beach and somebody be performing one of them street songs and you didn't hear the song come into focus and you with this person, you get close enough to the song and the whole song was love, 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 love. God damn it. Love is in the world. Press one. And you like, wait, what the fuck is going on here? Press one. What the fuck? This can't be. And as a male, you're so logically minded and not connected to nothing. You don't have no idea. All that shit seems scary and magical to you. But to the woman, that's some shit that seems so spiritual and so fucking Disneylandish, bro. And we don't even be knowing. Coffee and Kush TV. Hold on, caller. Hold on, caller. Because I'm going to get this shit right. I ain't going to die without getting this shit right. Press one. Because I don't want to come back on the same shit. Press one. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
Oh, what up, Kevin? Max.
What up, Max?
Yeah, Max. You hear me?
Yeah, what up, champ?
What up, Max? Yeah. Man, this information is great. I've been trying to call in for like since early out in the show, man. I've been trying to call in. I've been ringing the phone, bro.
That's what's up.
Yeah, this information is great because I'm here thinking on the last time I called in and we spoke, you had said, in the sense of like George writing the will and thinking in the future, like down the line.
Oh, yes, sir. See, that's what I love about my real students is y'all sit in the back until the aha moment hit. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
right? So when you first brought up that Gillespie algorithm, that's what came to mind was, all right. So let me put it this way: the Bible said that God is the creator of all things, good and evil.
Go ahead.
So when I look at this algorithm, it kind of explains the algorithm of God, how everything was created, like
And can be
like
used for good
mathematics,
and evil.
everything.
Correct?
Yes,
Go ahead.
yes. So I'm looking at this algorithm as the one, the original one would be the creator, and that would be like the original one would be so pure that he would be able to insert himself back into this reality because he's the one that's so pure. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So this algorithm I'm watching, this is how I was watching it. Like it's the Gillespie algorithm, but they originally got it from George by studying him and what he did, and they flipped it upside down. I went into looking at this algorithm, and it brought me into something called like the Monte Carlo theory or something like that.
Yes, sir. I used to own a Monte Carlo. Go ahead.
And that's why I when I seen that, I'm like, wait, I remember Kev saying something about a Monte Carlo or something
Yes,
like that.
sir.
Yo,
They
so I
tried. They
looked
tried.
into
They
that,
tried to
and
get
then
me in my Monte Carlo, but I pulled a fucking. Something happened, and I don't know what it happened. But the only thing I do know is, man, some crazy shit happened.
hey,
Go.
you was staring at it through the rear view, huh? Right?
That part right there, sir. Wait a minute. No way. Yes way. But now I
Mm-hmm.
know exactly the Monte Carlo thing and where you going, and that just hit me like a ton of bricks. Like, wait a minute, it threw me back in time. Go ahead.
That Monte Carlo theory is they say they apply the Gillespie algorithm to that Monte Carlo theory.
And what happened?
That
Boom.
this is this is how they say the Monte Carlo theory. When I looked into it, it's basically it has to deal with like basically everything. You could use it. They used it in law, in engineering, in art, graphic design, everything you name it. They use this Monte
So
Carlo
everything
theory.
is measured pretty much by this quantified theory. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when this Monte Carlo theory has to do with like time, the earth, everything. It even has to do with curse, like curse dimension and blessed dimension.
Go ahead.
That shit hit me like crazy. Like, wait, I could be like in the law, you could be cursed and you could be blessed.
Yes. It say that in Deuteronomy, if you follow the law, this will be a curse. This is what cursed is, and this what being blessed
And
is.
then just a blessing. So it was this, bro. This just hit me like, oh my goodness, like this is how in the Bible they say God is the creator of all things. So this is how I took this algorithm that this was the like the creation of math, everything, and how everything works, like the
It's
blueprint,
supposed to run. But again,
how it's supposed to run.
yeah, things can be taken for good and evil.
Yes, and it's amazing, man. This information you put out,
That's
I'm not
crazy, huh?
gonna
It's
lie, man.
crazy, right? The algorithm of George.
Yep. And when did they first it came out? Like 1990 some like somebody
Yeah, but that it was
decided, oh,
published in the 70s. But even before things are published, like said, people do studies and years at this time. So yeah.
yeah. So I also watched it like George being like you see how in the Matrix you got the ones and zeros, and then you had asked earlier you had asked the woman that's speaking, and she said, "Well, you became nothing with the zero." So in time, George would be one, and zero would be where you became dead in law.
Bingo.
So this is the
Zero was
binary
dead
code
in
of
law,
one.
and he was the firstborn.
Mm-hmm.
But just like in America, George Washington is what? The founding father, the firstborn kind of thing. Go ahead.
Yep. So that's how I looked at it. So if he's the first pure Adam to come in and insert himself and not get corrupted and do everything the rightful way
By the book.
by the books,
Go
he would
ahead.
look into. He would be able to look into the future and see the outcome of everything. That okay, I'm the first pure one here. Let's do the math and see 10 years, 15, 20 years down the line.
300, 400, yeah, right. 100 years,
Yeah,
130.
inserted
Right,
again, like
right.
the insertion again. So I'm looking at it. So every time it's like that one was inserted, they had to bring it back to zero to keep you dead all the time, to keep you at zero. So
And
I'm looking at
you've been at zero the whole time. Because after George Washington, the bankers took over. And you've been off balance ever since. I always say that, like we've been out of shape and lost the republic ever since.
Yep. So that's how I was looking at it in time. They saying like time is like four dimensions. Like, so I looked at it like, okay, if we looking at something, like you said, we go back in time and we looking at an event. There's like, you know how they say there's three sides to a story: the truth, the lie, and the in between.
Yes.
So I'm looking at time like there's like four, like they try to say it's like fourth dimension. There's four stories, four sides to that story that they took from the original and created to throw you off this way, create to throw you off that way. If you was looking, but like you said, if you don't know that one, you're gonna be lost and confound, like in time, and you know.
Yeah, the one is supposed to be lost in time immemorial. Greek mythos, gods, Egyptian mythology, Greeks to the Phoenicians to you got all this to try to stop the mind from awakening from this Canaan law debt bondage caste system that we're all indebted to. So they've done the science to say this is when this photon and it will hit the earth or hit these folk, and these are the projected outcomes right here. Go ahead.
Yeah, they like you said, they playing a game with everybody, like trying to control everything.
Well, the game is called distraction.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you're not paying attention, you can't see the cycles of time. You're thrown off.
We do history. It's like when all right. So in my mind, I'm like for instance, when World War I was happening, they gave you that timeline. But what was happening in like entertainment, in sports, in business, like that's also different timelines.
We don't think about that because we didn't know we were black people and we came from slaves and we got drafted. And Muhammad Ali said no. You see how I did? Ain't that the truth though? Ain't that the fucking truth? Ain't that what we think?
That's what Bart got these people barred off was the civil rights movement. Is what I was reading something and it was like a dictionary I was going to, and this dictionary shows you when these words were first used in history, like what year these words were first used. And I just happened to go to, I don't know what year, and I seen this like civil rights, and I went to read it, and it said like one of the paragraphs was that the civil rights is what barred off the native people from the law. So
So
this
they
is
fall
what
for
the
their own
king was
slavery?
saying when yeah.
Yeah. And then they told the people up the street, up the way, they kids, oh, y'all was black. Before civil rights, y'all was slaves. You ever seen that movie
Mm-hmm.
Color Purple? Yeah, y'all was slaves. Go read that book and watch that movie. It's so
And
sad. Go ahead.
like you said, what's the point of watching that movie if it's like it's of the past and
It's
we
an
live in a life
artificial
where
trauma starting point. So all of us
yeah,
are able
yeah.
to identify with a trauma starting point. You must have a flashpoint, which will be zero, the Big Bang, and then the one.
That's the yeah to
You
start
see?
you off the
Yeah, to flash you
explosion.
real quick. That's why our memories are flashlight. That's why I was able to do that, because I know that's what we think about. Goddamn, our history and Muhammad Ali, and then this one, and nigga, you don't know what you're talking about. I'll argue with the most ignorant, blinded black folk on earth. So I know what's coming. I know what they think. So I know what I'm up against. But that's my passion is to get them to turn from the stubbornness of their iron hearts and see the compassion and the truth. You know, because you can't stop that.
hmm Now, what also hit me was Tupac's song "Only God Could Judge Me," because in the song he said he looks to his future because his past is like he's a blind man doing time in his mind.
Yes.
Yeah, he's looking to his
And
future
in my
because
mind,
his
I'm a
past is
blind man
behind.
doing time. Look to my future because my past is all behind me. Is it a crime to fight for what is mine?
For
Everybody's
what is
dying. Tell me
mine?
what's the use of trying. Go ahead. I've been trapped since birth. Cautious because I'm cursed and having fantasies of my family in the hearse. That's crazy,
Oh
bro.
my, that's powerful. That
That's
when
crazy.
you apply this stuff to, it's like
So they say
he's
Pac
saying
was
you
into the
can't.
sciences. He had to be to say that. He had to know,
Bro,
bro,
when
to say that.
he had to, because when I think about it, it's like he's saying he can't look to his past because the past that he's learned about it has nothing to do with him. But in reality, he can't fight for what is mine because of that past that everybody is being taught. So the only thing he got to do is look forward to his future because he know that the original one will come back or the redeemer will come back and
Bingo. It's the same with Nipsey
redeem
Hussle.
everything.
And with God will rise. It's once a man knows, you know. You know, it's the equivalent to the Martin Luther King thing where he say, "I've been to the mountaintop and I don't seen the coming of the Lord, and I don't care what happened to me now, because I understand the
He
truth. The
knew who
truth
he
is
was.
we are so
He knew who he
close
was
to
in
the
time.
coming of God that it don't matter what you do to me now. You feel me? Like Nip
Yeah.
helped me understand that whole concept of God will rise in His name, and not to forget that there's a power on earth that has to rise, and that rise comes from a dead person with a dead people. This is going back to the valley of the dry bones, and rattling those bones, and to bring them out of death itself, the
The
last
darkness,
sin in
the
Scripture. Go
nothingness,
ahead.
the nothingness, man. That video you showed yesterday where the guy said in court, like none of all this is make believe, like acting. The judges are actors.
Facts.
That was just crazy. I was like, so that whole system is just a whole rig, like a whole acting. Everybody's acting,
Yeah, it's a
and
circus.
the original, the Adam himself is the only one that's unaware of it because he's lost in time.
Yeah, or he is aware, and they have no jurisdiction. So the original, so the Adam, the they will have no jurisdiction over him.
The original one.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's who they will
But
see as. If
but
you're a Christian, you will see that as Christ. He will have. They will if they don't have jurisdiction over him. That means what?
They don't have jurisdiction over the people, the land,
No,
or
that
nothing.
means he
Nothing.
has jurisdiction over it.
Yeah, because he has.
Yeah, they
They
have
don't have
they have
jurisdiction.
jurisdiction by way of what do we call that, time immemorial, not time immemorial, but persuasion and the theory that everybody, the collective theory that we all agree that this is correct, but it's a lie.
Yes.
So their jurisdiction is limited. Put to the test is limited for sure. Say none of their attempts. He didn't get strung out on crack. He didn't get killed in a gang banging environment. He didn't go into pimping and pandering. He didn't go into drug deals like Freeway Rick Ross in a city where crack is the number one thing.
And
He
and
didn't
this
become a
is
rapper.
this is
He not
you say
taking
that,
this
and
one. He
that's
don't
what I
want a
thought
high
about
position at the job. He
with.
don't want. So go ahead.
That's what I thought about with when you said that with George. He did that. He sat and he did like the whole analyze and realize that out of all these offsprings, one of them is gonna end up not doing none of these things. The same way they were showing with the atoms in the cell that E and S, you get P, you do different equations, and you do whatever you put in whatever you want.
Yes.
It's gonna be whatever outcome. But he knew that eventually that one outcome would occur again, and it would switch up everything.
And they knew the projected time.
Hmm. So the only way for them to do it is distort what we know as
Well, that will put them
time,
on a limited time basis, a contract
1,000 years.
to operate.
So, so since you say contract is the the United Nation is a contract.
Yeah, they're all under contract.
Okay.
They're under contract by way of one, though, not 50. So there's not really 50 individuals. They are by way of one. Remember, Legion. They are many, but they
Yes.
are operating out of the same canonized law.
They operating as one because of that one that gave them that contract.
Of course, but I'm saying biblically they're operating as one because of the demon analogy, or it's just a
Oh,
part of the
Legion.
speech pattern.
Yeah, I understand. That's great, man. Well, I'll let you get back to.
You've been hold up before you leave. You've been enjoying that show with that dude yesterday. I see with the different analogies and the different quantum things.
I've been.
Go ahead.
I've been. I've been watching the episodes. The hold on, I'll tell you right now.
This is good.
I've been watching the Law of Nation episodes.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
I've been watching that over and over again, trying to get a. It's like every time I watch it, I hear something different. Like I didn't hear the first time.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna go off in the Law of Nations when like what really struck me was when they talked about Methuselah, and I don't know, in my head I just kept thinking like Tupac and his, I think his stepfather had a name similar to that, and for some reason that just kept sticking in my head, and like the genocide of like what happened with those people and how they came into being these like the laws of nation, I understood that why they refuse to help help these people, because in the laws of nation it says if a man needs, like somebody needs help, you see him, you give him help. But the Bible said that when they became legion, it was because that they no longer the name of Israel, that they would no longer be a nation.
Go ahead.
So this is why they don't help you, because you are no longer a nation.
Go ahead.
So
and they are in unison in helping you not become a nation under God. Go ahead.
Nation. So this is why they refuse. It's not like they refusing to not help you. It's like we're abiding by the laws of nation, and you're not a nation. So
that's right.
As a people, we can't help you.
Come on.
So it's just little things here and there that was just clicking to me, and I was just, like I said, trying to figure it out on my own time and try to make sense of it, and not the allegory.
Yes. Well, the allegory is good when you're pondering in imagination at night, thinking about it. But don't stay there. You know what I'm saying? Realize that the allegories was placed there, and they there, and it's a part of what we be thinking about a lot of the times, and your brain gonna make allegoric connections that you cannot deny. But trust me when I tell you, those connections are for you to find it in a legal manner, in a scientifically legal matter that you'll be able to explain.
Okay.
Thank you, champion.
No, thank you.
Mom.
I wouldn't be where I'm at or thinking about this if it wasn't of you, the Gillespie algorithm, and the great work you do.
Thank you,
and I'm gonna keep supporting.
My man, thank you, Max. My man.
Call ended.
Well, you can't get much better than that. I'm gonna end the show right there on my man Max. Be ready to come to class later on, probably tomorrow morning, because I'm still working on my Coffee and Kush late night show. So I'm trying to get that in the nighttime, either today or tomorrow. But in the mornings, it's KevRow University. We're gonna get right back on this quantum language. I loved where this conversation went today. Shout out to the people who contributed to this program, making it a free for all to learn and study and communicate on a different level. KevRow University. John Dreyer, shout out to you. Jamil Ibrahim, Betty Hampton, Taj, Bocat, Cedric, Greg, Amanda. Shout out to you, Waterworld. Shout out to y'all. Without y'all, you know. Shout out to y'all. The Great White Works. Get ready to do a lot of studying. We're gonna be doing a lot of flybys, getting the knowledge right, but not staying confined to one set of paradigms per se. We're doing history, but at the same time, because we can do quantum physics at the same time, and even get into some allegorical concept that the religious sector see to, and try to help them to explain this from not just a theoretical, but from a scientific, and even find it in history and even in law, making it in reality. Somebody brought up, I'm not sure who it was, they brought up the 1D and the 2D and the 3D and stuff like that. But yeah, like I was saying, making it, if you go to science class, you'll see all these numbers on the board and all these letters. That shit is like, if you blink once, you ain't gonna know what nothing means. And believe me, I slept. So, but now that I'm beginning to understand how these solutions even come at A plus B or something, whatever we want it to be, we can put our letters up there as well. It's not that important, long as we all know what we're talking about here. They found a secret language in science that they're able to teach what happened to you in your genocidal without you even paying no sense. They talking science and quantum physics in your face, dealing with the burning of the black body, and you ain't got no sense of it. You think that's just some word in a scientific realm. But like my friend said, no point intended, they were studying the spectrum of light during this grand burning of organic tissue, which is an official holocaust that we've been speaking about for the last 2.5, 3 years. Press 1 and subscribe to the channel and contribute if you can. It's all relative. We was talking about time machines and shit today. All that. That's what happens when you allow your mind to be free. When you're free to express yourself and ask questions and not be afraid to ask and give your opinion and not be afraid of being wrong. There ain't no wrong in Star Trek. They didn't end up on the wrong planet. They just landed and the motherfucking shit looked weird and they got on. Press 1, it ain't one wrong. We studied it. That shit was crazy or alternative to our dimension, and we're going to keep moving forward. This isn't to condemn nobody, to harshly treat nobody, or nothing like that. Make sure you join the patreon.com/KevGillsTV. And when I drop the Kevin G show, just be ready. Because these conversations must be had in a reasonable way. Where everybody can stop being so angry and tribal towards one another when you may all be coming from the same source, just different spectrum. You got it in the allegory. This person got it in the metaphysical. This other person got it right here trying to do alchemy and the shit blew up in their face. This one over here got it like this. And then there's Kev. You feel me? And all these different people are attracted to this light over here because they always here. Whether we don't call them witches and warlocks, whether we don't call them fake Christians or Serapists or Muslim or whatever this stuff, we don't make fun of everybody, but everybody be here. You know what I'm saying? For some reason, it's a good light over here because they know my heart is good. And I'm not just a real clown. I'm entertaining, but I'm not a clown. I'm a clowning ass teacher. Professor Gillespie. Press 1. I'm a clowning ass teacher. I'm not a clown. I'll just be clowning. But if you listening like Max, you should be able to catch the bars that make you want to study. He don't call in much. He be in the back, but something made him call in because he been noticing some things. He been noticing some things. And a lot of people going to continue to. Hopefully, it'll further encourage people to call in. I'm Kev Gills. It's KevRow University. And I'll see y'all at Coffee and Kush TV later on tonight if I can make it. And as always, family,